Call this council and committee meeting to order. Madam Clerk, the roll call, please.
All members of council are present, Your Worship, with the exception of Councillor Butler.
Thank you. There is no addendum this evening. There are no announcements. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? There being none, there are no upcoming public meetings to announce, but there are a couple of public meetings this evening. These will be hybrid meetings. That is, you can attend in the council chamber or you can address council via Zoom. If you do that, you should put your device on gallery view. You can do that depending on which kind of device you've got by clicking on the top right corner or the bottom of your screen. You should mute until you're called into the meeting, and there will be about a 5-second delay between us calling you in and you entering into the meeting. So we'll wait till we get to that part. You're anticipating where we're going. So this public meeting will be a process whereby a staff member will address council and provide us with background information. Then the proponent will provide us with any information that he or she wishes to. Both of those items will be subject to questioning by members of council. Thereafter, we'll ask if there's anyone who wishes to support the application other than the applicant. And at that point, we'll ask if there's anyone in the Zoom world who wishes to enter the meeting. And then after that, we will ask if there's anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to the application or ask questions of members of council. We are monitoring the digital aspect of the meeting so that when we get to that stage, one of either Mr. Beauchamp or Mr. Davis will be on board. If we have received any communication since the preparation of the report, I will ask the clerk to advise, and she will make reference to any communications that we have received. So having said that, Madam Clerk, did I miss anything of importance?
No, I believe you covered it, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. So we'll start with the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment for 131 and 135 Gilmore Road. And Daryl Veen, our junior development planner, will be providing us with some background. Good evening, Mr. Veen.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of council. Going to... Oh, is it? Oh, yeah, that's an older one, though. Okay, good evening, Your Worship, members of council, members of the public that are in attendance here today and may be watching this on YouTube. This public meeting is for the proposed combined official plan and zoning bylaw amendment. I'm sorry, there appears to be a typo. Oh, sorry, I pulled the wrong one.
131, 135 Gilmore. That was just a test, wasn't it, Mr.?
Yeah, it was a misclick, I apologize.
We were paying attention.
There we go, okay.
We'll get Councillor Noyes' hopes up.
So this public meeting is for the proposed combined official plan and zoning bylaw amendment for 131 and 135 Gilmore Road. The owner is Kyle Malish. The agent on the file is Urban and Environmental Management, Inc., Greg Terrace specifically. The intent of this application is to bring an existing non-conforming fourplex, 131 Gilmore Road, an existing non-conforming duplex, 135 Gilmore Road, into conformity with the town's South End secondary plan and zoning bylaw. This application is proposing an amendment to the official plan to change the land use designation from commercial to low-density residential with a site-specific policy area. An official plan amendment is required as the current commercial designation does not permit standalone residential uses and also does not permit residential use on the ground floor. A site-specific policy area is required as the low-density residential land use designation normally does not include fourplex dwellings. The zoning of the subject properties is proposed to change from general commercial C2 zone to a site-specific residential multiple 1 RM1 zone. A zoning bylaw amendment is required as the C2 zoning also does not permit standalone residential uses and also does not permit residential dwelling units on the ground floor. The RM1 zone permits fourplex dwellings and duplex dwellings. Notification of the June 20th, 22 public meeting was provided in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act by placing a notice in the May 26, 2022 edition of the Fort Erie Post newspaper. In addition, all property owners within 120 meters were mailed a notice of complete application in public meeting on May 26, 2022. An information open house was held in the atrium of Town Hall for this application on May 26, 2022. The agent, the owner, and town staff were in attendance. No members of the public attended the meeting. The subject property is located in the Fort Erie neighborhood of the town of Fort Erie on the south side of Gilmore Road, just east of Central Avenue. The following summarizes the land uses surrounding the subject property. To the north, the Fort Erie Public Library, Centennial Branch, and Sugar Bowl Park. To the south, single detached dwellings and some multiple residential dwellings on the south side of Idlewild Street. To the east, single detached dwellings and an institutional use classified by MPAC as a private or fraternal club. And to the west, commercial uses. The subject property is designated commercial in the town's south end secondary plan and official plan. The current commercial designation does not permit standalone residential uses and also does not permit residential dwellings on the ground floor. This application is proposing an amendment to the official plan to change the land use designation from commercial to low-density residential with a site-specific policy area. Again, an site-specific policy area is required as the low-density residential land use designation normally does not include fourplex dwellings. The subject property is not located within or adjacent to any natural heritage features as identified in the town's south end secondary plan or official plan. The subject properties are currently zoned General Commercial C2 zone. The zoning of the subject properties is proposed to change from General Commercial C2 zone to Site-Specific Residential Multiple 1 RM1 zones. A zoning bylaw amendment is required as similar to the official plan land use designations. The C2 zoning does not permit standalone residential uses and also does not permit residential uses on the ground floor. The RM1 zone does permit fourplex dwellings and duplex dwellings. Various site-specific zoning provisions will also be required to recognize the existing setbacks, building and footprints in parking areas of 131 Gilmore Road and 135 Gilmore Road. This slide illustrates the site plan for the property. 4 parking spaces are proposed for the fourplex on 131 Gilmore Road, and 3 parking spaces are proposed for the duplex on 135 Gilmore Road. The majority of the parking spaces will be provided in the rear yards of both properties. So just to go through some of the zoning departures, again, these are all existing. The buildings are already there. No expansions are being proposed, but as part of the zoning bylaw amendment, we will seek to recognize all of the deficient zoning departures. So fourplexes in the RM1 zone are subject to the regulations of section 14.7 of the zoning bylaw. So starting clockwise, the zoning will be changed to RM1 zone to permit the existing fourplex. The side yard setback of 1.8 meters is required. The existing setback is 1 meter. The zoning requires a minimum rear yard of 9 meters. The existing situation is 8 meters. The zoning requires a minimum lot area of 665 square meters for fourplex dwellings. The current parcel is 605.88 square meters. The zoning requires a planting strip in the parking area to be set back from the rear property line 3 meters. The existing is 0 meters. That's more of the planting strip. It's all paved back there, so that's why it's 0 meters. The access driveway width is required to be 7.5 meters for two-way traffic. The existing situation is 4 meters. The zoning requires the total landscaped area of the lot to be 40%. The current situation is about 17%. The zoning limits the maximum lot coverage of fourplex dwellings in the RM1 zone to 40%. The existing is 40.89%. The zoning requires a minimum lot frontage of 21 meters for fourplex dwellings. The current parcel is 19.8 meters. The zoning requires a landscaped area on the front yard, requires 30% of the front yard to be landscaped area. Currently it's 0%. And finally, the zoning requires a minimum front yard setback of 6 meters, and the existing situation is 0.8 meters. So that's for the fourplex dwelling at 131 Gilmore. These are the departures for 135. This would be the duplex. So again, moving clockwise, the zoning requires an access driveway width of 7.5 meters. The existing situation is 1.4 meters. The zoning requires a minimum side yard setback of 2.5 meters. The existing situation is 1.4 meters. The zoning requires a minimum lot area of 580 square meters. The existing lot is 327.42 square meters. The zoning requires the parking area to be set back from the rear property line 3 meters. The existing situation is less than 1 meter. Again, the zoning will be changed to RM1 zone to permit the existing duplex. The zoning requires a minimum lot frontage of 18 meters for a duplex. The current frontage is 10.7 meters. The minimum front yard setback for a duplex is normally required to be 6 meters. The existing situation is 0 meters. And again, the zoning requires 30% of the front yard to be landscaped, and the existing situation is 0 meters. This is looking into the fourplex, 131 Gilmore Road. Looking south. This is looking southeast into the fourplex at 131 Gilmore Road. This is looking south to 135 Gilmore Road. As you can see, that structure is 2 stories. And this is looking southwest to 135 Gilmore Road. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van der Veen. Any questions by members of council? Councillor Noyes.
Well, thank you, Mayor Redekop, to Mr. Van der Veen. Was this property, by the looks of the picture, this used to be commercial, it used to be used for commercial purposes?
That's correct.
Do you know how, by any chance, how long?
Through the mayor to Councillor Noyes, we don't currently know that.
Decades.
Yeah, it was converted at some point. We would consider it to be a non-conforming use.
Okay, thank you.
Any other members of council? Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. Thank you very much, Daryl. Just some clarification. We're asking to bring this property from an existing non-conforming into conformity. But slide 8 and 9 shows that it's not conforming to anything. It's not conforming to secondary plan. And if it's non-conforming from the original, what are we bringing it into conformity to? What?
Mr. Van der Veen.
Yeah, through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Lubberts. Yeah, we would essentially, as you mentioned, because it's commercial and we would be changing it to residential with a site-specific policy area to permit the fourplex, and also changing the zoning to RM1 zone to permit the 2 uses.
So
we would be amending the secondary plan.
So it will conform to the site-specific rules.
That's correct.
All right, and again, what's the current zoning? I see there's commercial on the bottom and residential on top. Is that what it is?
Through Mayor Redekop, Councillor Lubberts, I'm not aware of what the uses are inside the building right now. It's my understanding it's completely being used as residential. So it would be changing the zoning from general commercial C2 zone, which doesn't permit standalone residential use, and it doesn't permit residential use on the ground floor. And it would be changing to RM1 zone, which would allow the building to be used wholly as residential and have residential use on the ground floor.
And if I may, Mayor Redekop, the secondary plan, the south end secondary plan, did it change the zoning of the property from the existing?
Mr. Van der Veen?
Through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Lubberts, it did not. It was commercial in the, I guess, in the official plan, and then the secondary plan didn't change it at the time.
Okay, all right.
Anything further, Councillor
No,
Lubberts?
that's fine.
So, Mr. Van der Veen, I note that the region is requesting a 1.55 meter road widening, but there's less than a meter between these buildings and the road allowance. How is that going to be accomplished?
I will follow up with the region on that, but it's my understanding when there's a building in the way of a road widening, they basically take it to a 0 meter setback. They won't actually go and, you know, increase the road widening into the existing structure.
Right, and it would be, I think you might want to also delve into what their policies are in terms of widening Gilmore Road at this point. I mean, it would be rather extraordinary for Gilmore Road to be widened between Central Avenue and the Parkway, but it may be in their plans, their transportation master plan. If it's not, they're really not entitled to be claiming it. So you'll follow up on that?
Yes, I will follow up with Niagara Region.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? If not, thank you very much, Mr. Van der Veen. We'll go to the owner of the property or the owner's agent. Mr. Terrace? Good evening.
Good evening. Nice to be back in person. Thank you. Mayor Redekop and members of council, my name is Greg Terrace. I'm a senior planner with Urban Environmental Management in Niagara Falls. Thank you, Mr. Van der Veen, for the presentation. I'm not going to delve into the details that Mr. Van der Veen presented. I just wanted to offer a couple points of clarification. One, actually, Mayor Redekop, was related to the question regarding the road widening. We had spoke with Mr. Van der Veen, and the understanding and more detail from the comment from Regional Niagara was if this property was to be redeveloped in terms of removing the buildings and a totally different development, then the road widening would be implemented. But at this time, there would be no road widening required. The second point I wanted to address was the comments on page 7 regarding the building permit requirements. The whole implementation of this zoning bylaw and official plan amendment was actually triggered by the owner, Mr. Malish, applying for building permits to redo 135 Gilmore Road. So he had applied for building permits, received them, done the work, and then it was realized that it was a legal non-conforming use. And so that kind of triggered the application process here. So he's fully prepared to complete the building permit application process and as actually waiting for direction for 131 Gilmore to when it would be appropriate to apply for and do the renovations for 131. We are in agreement with the staff comment regarding access to the property, the easement that's suggested. Again, these are buildings that have been here for at least 70 years, and that was the way that the buildings were constructed, and the access to the properties have been for that many years. So anything that we need to do in order to incorporate that, we would really willing to do. The final thing is the public comment received from the neighbor regarding a privacy fence, and the owner is fully prepared to put up a privacy fence to mitigate the headlight glare and other comments that were received. That was the only things I wish to address, and happy to answer any questions. Mr. Malish is here as well if there's any questions to the owner himself.
Thank you very much, Mr. Terrace.
Thank
Any
you.
members of council have any questions? Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Redekop, and thank you very much. I asked Daryl earlier. It appears that I think it was 135 was commercial on the bottom now,
Correct.
and it was at residential on top?
It was originally that. It's been about 10 years that it's been fully residential. The last commercial use was at least 10 or more years ago.
Okay, and you said that the building's been there for like 70 years. So I'm assuming that when they built it, it was in conformity. Do you know when it left conformity?
Well, I would say when it converted the previous owners to Mr. Malish, had converted it to residential use, fully residential. I was going to say at least 10 to 15 years ago.
Yeah, no, I think what I was getting at is when they built it, I'm assuming that they followed all the requirements for setbacks in the day.
Yeah, I don't know if
You
70
don't-
years ago they had zoning or setback. I'm not sure when the first zoning bylaws that describe setbacks were in Fort Erie.
Yeah,
It might
okay.
predate that.
Yeah, all right. And the other property, I'm assuming they were, looks to me like it was probably built at the same time? No?
Yeah, I'm not sure when that, it looks a little newer than the building at 135, but the exact date it was built, I'm not sure of.
Mayor Redekop knows more about this neighborhood than all of us.
Yeah.
You must have grown up there.
Well, my grandparents lived down the street, so
Okay.
that's a 1960s vintage.
Okay,
The other one
all
is
right,
is
yeah,
probably
yeah.
70 or older.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. No, I was just trying to figure out when it, somewhere along the line, it must have met the regulations, and we don't know when it didn't meet the regulations.
Yeah. There, if I could add, there may have been, your worship, widening of Gilmore Road. It could have had a wider front
Yeah,
too. I'm not sure when Gilmore Road at the time may have been widened to what it is currently, if it has been.
If the uses, which were in existence prior to 1976, the first zoning bylaw, then it would have been deemed to be legal non-conforming use then. Same thing with 1990. Mr. Hurlovich, you could probably comment on this, but I doubt very much if we were going to be able to figure out what the zoning was in the 1940s or 50s.
yeah,
But-
yeah. I don't think it's really relevant to me, but
These were used
I
for
was just
commercial purposes.
curious to know.
These were commercial buildings up
Yeah.
until recently.
Okay, so you said that you did get a building permit on 135 Gilmore
That's-
Road. The owner got a building permit, and
that's
he did
correct.
the work that he was going to do?
Yes, what,
And then,
we, in waiting for the final inspection for the building permit, what was done, that's when it was determined that the official plan and zoning were out of compliance. So, yeah, the owner was told that he had to address the OP and zoning before the final inspection and finishing of the permit process could be completed.
okay, yeah, I'll wait till the report comes to ask about that, because I'm curious to find out why they didn't pick it up before they issued the permit.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that.
Okay,
I'm not
thanks.
sure if Mr. Malish knows the answer.
No, that's fine, no, I'll ask staff.
Okay,
Before you go, Mr. Terrace,
Sure.
anyone else, any other members of council? If not, thank you very much, sir.
thank you.
So at this point, I'm going to ask if there's anyone in the audience who wishes to speak in favor of the application, other than obviously the owner and the owner's agent. And I would ask Mr. Beauchamp if he would check to see if there's anyone in the digital waiting room. Still no one there. Kind of like the Maytag man. Okay, there's no one putting their hand up to speak to this, so I'll ask if there's anyone who wishes to speak in opposition or ask any questions of members of council. If not, again, Mr. Beauchamp, could you just quickly scan to make sure nobody's there or with their hand up? Thank you. Madam Clerk, have we received any communications on this since the report was prepared?
Your worship, no, I haven't.
Thank you. Then I'm going to declare this public meeting closed, and we're going to proceed to the next public meeting, which is with respect to 409 Gorham Road. And again, Mr. Van der Veen is going to provide us with some background information.
Well, again, Mayor Redekop, members of council, just gonna pull up the other presentation. Sorry. Okay, so this public meeting is for the proposed temporary zoning bylaw amendment for 409 Gorham Road. As we all know, that's the site of the existing LCBO trailer. The owner is Gorham Road, Inc. The agent is Zelenka Priamo Limited. Rob McFarlane is the lead on the file from the agent's side. An application for a temporary zoning bylaw amendment has been submitted. The purpose of this application is to permit the continued operation of the LCBO trailer on site as a liquor store. The trailer is owned by the LCBO and has operated on site as a temporary use since May 2017. The agent owner proposes to formalize the continued operation of the LCBO trailer through a temporary zoning bylaw amendment that would permit the continued operation of the trailer as a liquor store for up to 3 years. Notification of the June 20th, 2022 public meeting was provided in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act by placing a notice in the May 26, 2022 edition of the Fort Erie Post newspaper. In addition, all property owners within 120 meters were mailed a notice of complete application in public meeting on May 26, 2022. An information open house was held in the atrium of Town Hall for this application on June 1st, 2022. The agent and town staff were in attendance. No members of the public attended the information open house. The subject property is located in the Ridgeway Thunder Bay neighborhood. The subject property is on the west side of Gorham Road near the intersection of Gorham Road and Dominion Road. A portion of the property extends beyond the urban boundary, but this area is not subject to the zoning bylaw amendment. The subject property is located in the Ridgeway Thunder Bay neighborhood of the town of Fort Erie on the west side of Gorham Road. In addition to the LCBO trailer, there is a vacant commercial building on site. The property is irregular in shape and a portion of it extends outside the urban boundary in the agricultural area. A portion of the property is also identified as provincially significant wetland under the regulation of the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority. The area of the property subject to this amendment is limited to the existing commercial area that is within the urban boundary. The following summarizes the land uses surrounding the subject property. To the north, single detached dwellings along Gorham Road, the Beaver Creek Estate subdivision and a daycare facility. To the south, vacant commercial land, an EMS station operated by Niagara Region, and other commercial uses along Gorham Road. To the east, Gorham Road and single detached dwellings. And to the west, agricultural lands and provincially significant wetlands, again under the regulation of the NPCA. The subject property is designated agricultural, commercial, environmental conservation, and environmental protection in the Ridgeway Thunder Bay secondary plan and the official plan. The portion of the property subject to the zoning bylaw amendment is designated commercial and is within the urban boundary. The portion is also identified as being part of the Gorham Commercial Gateway in the Ridgeway Thunder Bay secondary plan. Land designated as commercial and identified as being within the Gorham Commercial Gateway is intended for commercial uses that are automotive friendly and serve the local community, as well as commuter seasonal traffic from the Ridgeway, Thunder Bay, and Crystal Beach neighborhoods. Commercial lands are intended for retail and office uses. The subject property has several natural heritage features on site, including provincially significant wetlands, locally significant natural area, and woodlands over 2 hectares. The rear portion of the property that is outside the urban boundary is also part of an environmental corridor. Staff note that the proposed trailer is located east of the existing commercial building on the subject property and will not impact any of the natural heritage features. The subject property is currently zoned Highway Commercial C3 zone, Environmental Protection EP zone, Environmental Conservation EC Overlay Zone, and Agricultural A Zone. The agent has submitted an application in accordance with Section 39 of the Planning Act to permit the continued operation of the trailer on the subject property. Section 39 enables the municipality to pass a zoning bylaw that authorizes the temporary use of land, buildings, or structures for any purpose set out therein that is otherwise prohibited by the bylaw for up to 3 years. This proposal will rezone the portion of the property that is zoned Highway Commercial C3 zone to a site-specific Highway Commercial C3 zone that permits the continued use of a trailer on site as a liquor store for a 3-year duration. A liquor store is permitted by the C3 zoning. This is the proposed site plan for the temporary zoning bylaw amendment. The proposal will maintain the status quo of the existing operation. The LCBO trailer will remain in its current position just east of the existing commercial building. Parking and loading will occur on site, with a small portion of 399 Gorham Road being used for delivery truck movements and parking. 409 Gorham Road and 399 Gorham Road have merged in title and are recognized as one whole parcel from a planning perspective. This is looking west towards the site from Gorham Road. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van der Veen. Do any members of council have any questions? Councillor Lubberts and then Councillor Noyes.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop, and thank you very much, Daryl. This is second or third time they're asking to set this trailer in place. And I think the last time we were here, there were some concerns of the neighbors, and they gave some public comments. Why would that not be included in your comments?
Through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Lubberts, staff did reach out to the agent and the owner and recommended dust suppressant as that's come up before, and I think at council about a month ago. The agent ended up regrading the site and putting down new stone, which they thought would handle the dust issue. But they have let us know that if there does continue to be an issue, they're willing to use dust suppressant on the site.
That was just recently?
That's correct.
Yes, but the last time they came forward to ask for the extension, we gave them a 9-month extension. The dust suppressant was brought up as well. In fact, the neighbor across the street wanted some pavement done to hold the dust down, and that wasn't required by the owner. And so they said that they would use dust suppressant. And the neighbor, which happens to be my sister, says they never put any dust suppressant down in the parking lot last year. And do you know if they did or not, or why they didn't?
Through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Lubberts, to my knowledge, they didn't as well last year. However, you do have the opportunity to ask the agent to provide some additional information on that.
Okay. All right, and in here, it's showing that they're asking for the extension for 3 years?
That is correct.
And the report is saying 1 year.
That is correct.
That's staff's recommendation.
That is correct.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
Anything further, Councillor Lubberts?
No, that's good for now. I'll wait till the report comes.
Thank you. Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. I wonder if we could go back to slide 8, and if you could make that bigger.
What would the town's requirement be with respect to the parking area?
We would require it to be paved and bounded by curbs. Oop.
Okay, thank you. If there are no other questions, thank you very much, Mr. Van der Veen. So at this point, I'll ask the owner or agent on behalf of the owner if you wish to address council. Good evening, and could we have your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening, Your Worship. Rob McFarland, Zanko Preamo. Our address is 20 Maud Street in the city of Toronto. I'll just quickly pull up our presentation. Good evening, Your Worship, members of council. My name is Rob McFarland. I'm a senior planner with Zelenka Preamo in the city of Toronto. We're here tonight representing the LCBO for their temporary sales trailer at 409 Gorham Road. I've got a brief presentation. I'll keep it very brief. Staff had a wonderful introduction and summary of the site, so I'll keep it brief and highlight a few key topics. So the subject lands, as staff noted, they're along Gorham Road. I won't spend too long on this slide, but moving forward, did want to provide some site context here. This does provide a good overview of how the site is currently developed and the existing condition of that sales trailer. The LCBO, as we know, has been operating here on site since approximately May of 2017. A temporary zoning bylaw amendment, sorry if I might go back. A temporary zoning bylaw amendment was submitted previously for the subject lands and approved last year in July. I would pause briefly on this slide and note that we understand that there have been concerns raised about dust issues on site and the use of dust suppressants to potentially mitigate that. We've passed that information along to our clients at the LCBO as well as the owner, who understand the concerns and have made efforts to mitigate those concerns to the best of our ability through the use of a regrading of the site, introducing new gravel on site, including a subgrade with finer grain particles, and the surface grade would be larger particles, with the intention to cover a majority of the dust and hopefully mitigate any dust that gets raised by vehicular traffic. So that's what's been done to date. I believe last month that was undertaken once spring season had hit and there was no real opportunity or need to do so during the winter, so that wasn't entertained during the winter, but has been done so now. So just wanted to make that abundantly clear, and we are listening to the feedback and passing that along to our clients at the LCBO. If dust does continue to be a concern, it is something that is continued to be explored if needed. I won't spend too much time on the context here. Staff summarized that this is a commercially designated site. This type of use is contemplated on the site. And again, in the zoning bylaw, this type of use is contemplated within the zoning bylaw. It's a matter of the form in which that use is taking place in. That isn't contemplated in the zoning bylaw. So I'll pause briefly on this slide just to summarize very quickly some of the context of the temporary zoning bylaw amendment request. That request can be enacted for a period of up to 3 years. It's typically enacted for a condition that is deemed to be temporary in nature, and this is a candidate for that. We've previously submitted for, as I mentioned, for a temporary zoning bylaw amendment in the past to recognize the existing use, and that was contemplated in July of 2021. That term has expired, and we are here to request an extension to that or request additional time for that temporary zoning to be in effect to allow for a permanent bricks and mortar store to be put in place. To be clear, there are no actual changes being proposed as part of this temporary zoning bylaw amendment application. The intent of the application is to remain status quo on site in terms of what is existing and what is permitted. So it's simply just a recognition of what is existing on site. And so this, as staff put up the concept plan. This is the concept plan that effectively represents what is existing on site. And again, the intention is to maintain operations as is. We understand that the landowner has worked closely with the landowner, who I understand is in attendance at tonight's meeting as well, to come to an agreement for a full bricks and mortar location, which is everybody's intent and the purpose really for the initial temporary zoning bylaw amendment, to allow for time for that bricks and mortar store to locate on site and for the site to be developed in coordination with the LCBO so that they have a permanent location eventually. So I do understand that the landowner is here and might be able to speak in a bit more detail to the site plan approval application. We're here representing the LCBO as their agent. They are the tenant on site who's occupying the site, and we unfortunately at Zelenka Priamo do not have input into the site plan approval process. That's being undertaken by the landowner. So I can only comment briefly on the status of that site plan approval application. We'd understood through discussions with the owner that there was an intention to bring that forward as of last month, but as we know with the development process, things do get delayed. So unfortunately, we don't have that application submitted at this time, is my understanding. And the hope was that at the time of consideration by council, that this would be in front of you so that there is an understanding of the effort that has been made to find a bricks and mortar location on site. So my final comments before I pass it off to the landowner is that I understand that staff have recommended a one-year approval for the temporary zoning bylaw amendment application, and we sincerely appreciate the council's patience and your worship's patience in terms of the LCBO working with the landowner in this temporary condition. And I would note that staff's analysis of the one-year extension, while fair for granting for site plan approval, our intent and the LCBO's intent is to remain on site through construction as well. And in my experience, 1 year would be quite tight for that to be realized. So we are grateful for staff's recommendation for a 1 year period. If there is any opportunity in council's discussions to potentially extend that by a few months, upwards of about 2 years, I think would probably be sufficient time for construction to take place. Otherwise, my estimation is we would be back here in about a year's time to request an extension for that construction period to take place. But I will leave that to council's discretion. That is my final comment on that piece. And that is our presentation. I understand that the landowner is here and might be able to comment further if you have questions about the timing of the site plan application and where that might be.
Right, thank you, Mr. McFarland. Before you go, let's let councillors ask you some questions before we get to the owner.
Sure.
And I can't recall if you were here last year.
Not in person, but virtually, yes.
Yeah, you maybe missed the tenor and the opinions of members of council. So
Absolutely.
Hopefully you were briefed on that. Councillor Noyes, you had your hand up.
Yes, Mayor Redekop, through you to Mr. McFarland. Thank you for your presentation. I'm going to say this tongue-in-cheek, but I'd like your definition of temporary.
Sure. Temporary, a sales trailer is not a permanent structure, and so I would consider that temporary.
Would you consider something in place for 7 years temporary?
If there is an intention for it to be removed, if it is mobile, I would consider that temporary. I understand 7 years is quite a long time, so I appreciate the comments, certainly.
Have you visited the site?
I have, on 2 occasions.
Have you visited in last week?
Yes, I spent about half an hour, 45 minutes today watching cars go by.
Okay, did you, concept 7, is that what you think it looks like? Or is that just a concept? Do you think it looks like that?
Well, the parking layout, this would depict, through your worship, this would depict an intentional site plan. There are parking areas defined, but they're not delineated on the site with the gravel. So I think this is a reasonable depiction of what's existing on site.
Well, it's not. I was there today. But anyway, the handicap parking is actually close to the trailer, and all the parking is parallel to the trailer. It's not well, I guess there may be some over there, but most of it is beside the trailer, like running parallel to the trailer, right beside it. If I can continue,
You may.
Okay. I was going to actually bring some rocks, but I chose not to today. There was no dust, but there's rocks.
Question?
Again, have you guys considered, you've made it actually more difficult for anyone to walk, or for a walker, or for a wheelchair. Like, I mean, we're talking pretty good sized chunks, which make it really difficult to walk on. And I don't know who made that decision that would be a good idea to have this kind of chunks.
Mr. McFarland?
Through your worship, I'm not sure who the decision maker was on that, so I can't comment on who decided that. However, the intention was to address an issue of dust, which, as you've commented, seems to have assisted with. I understand potentially there may be an additional concern raised, which we can certainly investigate, but the intention was to address the dust issue, which I understand has been accomplished to some degree.
Again, thank you, Mr. McFarland. I'm not trying to be difficult, but you don't want to walk on that stuff, and you definitely don't want to try to get to the wheelchair lift on that stuff, or try to use it with a walker, or even a baby carriage. You wouldn't get there. Not that you could bring a baby into the liquor board anyway. But anyway, see, you said seasonal. How many months out of the year is this trailer usually open?
Through your worship, I don't recall referencing seasonal, but it is located on site. My understanding, 12 months of the year, it is full time.
You want to go back through your slides?
My apologies, there might be a remnant here.
The one, LCBO has operated seasonally in this location since May 2017.
Yep.
So seasonal means like all 4 seasons?
My apologies, yep.
Okay, thank you. If I can continue, in July of last year, there was 9 months given. And again, the mayor commented about the tenure. What happened in those 9 months?
Through your worship, my understanding is the LCBO and the landowner were in discussions through that time to enter into an agreement for a full bricks and mortar location. That's my understanding of what has transpired as it relates to this application specifically.
Councillor Noyes?
Just one last question. You said that there was no actual application at this point, or wasn't ready for tonight's presentation, and you apologize for that?
I think the owner can respond to the status of the site plan
Oh, okay.
application.
Yep.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Before I go back to you, Councillor Lubberts, anyone else? Back to you.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. Getting back to the dust suppressant. Last year when we had this discussion, dust suppressant was to be used for last year. And what you're telling me is that they're using what they did this year, hoping that it'll mitigate the dust suppressant. Is there any reason why your client didn't use the dust suppressant last year?
Mr. McFarland?
Through your worship, I'm not aware of any reason why they would not have used dust suppressant. We passed all the comments from the community and from those discussions that we were aware of happening at council related to the dust. We passed those through to our client. The bylaw was passed without a condition to require that, so unfortunately they weren't given specific direction to do so. We provided them with the guidance that this would be beneficial to address those concerns. Once we pass on those recommendations, they are the tenant, we are the consulting land use planner, so it's unfortunately out of our hands, and I do apologize for that.
So this new gravel that they used, is it a gravel that's recommended for dust suppressant?
Through your worship, I'm not aware. I'm not generally involved in the construction side of things. Dust issues are something that I don't typically deal with. That's typically at the construction management phase. My understanding in speaking with the LCBO is that they've been given direction that this would be something that would help mitigate the dust. So that's been the direction I've received, yes.
So again, they don't plan on using dust suppressant. They just going to rely on some large type of gravel that won't have no dust in it.
Through your worship, the intention is to rely on the regrading of the site and the new gravel. If the dust does continue to be an issue, I understand that the LCBO is very well aware of the concerns of the community, and that if the dust does continue to be an issue, that will be something that staff or council might be able to bring to attention, and will be explored further if needed.
Or if it's made a condition
Okay,
of...
they're well aware. Are they well prepared to use it?
Councillor Lubberts,
That's the question I need to know.
Councillor Lubberts, if it's a concern and an issue, I believe that you can make that, you can move that we require that to be one of the conditions of the temporary approval of the temporary zoning.
Okay. All right, getting back to July, or let's get back to 2017, when LCBO first came. Were you with LCBO then?
Through your worship, no, I was in school.
Oh, okay, all right. So my understanding was this was a pilot program, and they were just going to go there temporary to see if there was enough sales to warrant a permanent. When did they decide that it warranted a permanent bricks and mortar, as you call it, building?
Through your worship, unfortunately, there's only so much I can comment about, and only so much I know about their internal decision-making. I do know that the LCBO monitors very closely the activity of this store and all of their stores, and they have very specific criteria for what they might entertain in terms of a bricks and mortar location. I understand that they were exploring options, including an option to work with the landowner on site to develop that. My understanding is that those terms have been arranged, and the landowner might be able to comment further on that. But in terms of their decision-making and timing, I unfortunately don't have too much detail on that.
Councillor Lubberts?
Now, you did say earlier you're the senior planner in this consulting firm. You're the senior planner?
Through your worship, that is correct. I am a senior planner.
And you're the senior planner on this file?
Through your worship, correct. I am the senior planner on this file.
But you don't have any information.
Well, I don't think that's completely fair. He indicated that he's not privy to the decision-making of LCBO with respect to when they move from a temporary location to a permanent location.
Okay.
I might be able to clarify if you don't mind, Your Worship.
Sure.
Through your worship, as a land use planning consultant, we deal with good land use planning and zoning bylaws, official plans. Typically, we don't divulge into market analysis on behalf of our clients. And typically that doesn't inform my decision-making other than where might be a good location for somebody to locate. We're generally not privy to any of our clients' data in terms of where they might want to locate, including the LCBO. So unfortunately, generally speaking, as a land use planning consultant, as a senior planner, I do not have access to that information for any of our clients.
Let me just go through our... So I guess more than anything, we need the LCBO here to answer the questions that we have. Is that correct?
Through your worship, if the question is related to their market analysis, then the LCBO might be best to answer that. But again, that would likely be private information, and they could only share so much, I would imagine. The landowner is here and might be able to respond to some questions, but in terms of their decision-making, I can't comment.
So how much are you involved with the site plan? Are you working with the LCBO on the site plan itself?
Through your worship, as I introduced my presentation, the landowner is taking full reins on the site plan approval application. My firm, Zelinka Priamo, we represent the LCBO in a number of locations. The site plan application is not one that we're active on. The landowner, as the owner, is taking ownership of that application.
So you're just strictly here for the 3 years?
He's here for the LCBO. and their
Yeah, just for the 3 years. That's your role here tonight.
Through your worship, it would be for the temporary zoning bylaw amendment application, yes, and we would represent the LCBO as their planning consultant
Okay,
should
all right.
issues in the future
Okay,
come up.
I'll have to save my questions for the report then. Thanks.
Thank you.
So, Councillor Noyes, before I go back to you, because we're going to keep going back and forth, I've got a couple of questions, Mr. McFarland, that relate to planning. Do you know why the building isn't being utilized as opposed to a trailer?
Through your worship, my limited understanding of that is that the needs to retrofit that building, the cost of that would outweigh, what they would benefit from that. So really, if they were to be locating on site in the bricks and mortar location, I don't think there was any intent to be here for 7 years. So there was, that costing wasn't done. And so with the site plan approval application being imminent, again, there's no desire to locate in there for a period of 1-2 years. The cost of retrofitting that would outweigh.
And the second question that I had is, has there been any consideration given to moving the trailer closer to the road, which would reduce the travel area, which would reduce the potential for dust to be kicked up? Has that been considered at all? And is it possible to do that?
Through your worship, I don't believe that has been explored, at least in my tenure working on this file. So that's something I can certainly raise and bring to the owner and bring to our clients to see if there's an opportunity. I do know that we do have to maintain truck maneuvering paths for deliveries for the LCBO, so that is something to consider. We will certainly explore that and I'll have consideration for that. I do know through the site plan approval process that this temporary sales trailer and the location of it would be part of that site plan approval process, because during construction, the intent is for the LCBO to maintain some presence on site. While construction is underway, they will likely be having to move to a new location. Again, that's part of the site plan approval process, but we can certainly explore that.
Well, that would be good. And I do think you need to convey to your client the concerns of the members of council with respect to the length of this temporary usage in an area where presumably it does serve the residents for sure, and presumably the LCBO is not there for altruistic purposes. Councillor Noyes, you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Redekop, through Mr. McFarland. Mr. McFarland, the recommendation is going to be for 1 year. That's what it is at this point. And the dates from Mr. Compson basically say the building will be ready for you to occupy, let's say July 1st. I might be wrong on that date of next year. And that would take approximately 3 weeks for you to
Do you have a question, Councillor Noyes?
Yeah, it's coming. Leasehold improvements. Would that be enough time for 3 weeks for leasehold improvement?
Through your worship, I'm not aware of that type of internal renovations. Typically, we wouldn't be involved in that type of scenario for the LCBO. I was commenting on the 1 year period, and in my experience, and especially now with staffing shortages across Ontario in municipalities and the number of planning applications, 12 months, and also the building ready for occupancy, while feasible, I think is, in my experience, likely fairly tight.
Okay,
So that was the comment there.
Thank you very much, Mr. McFarland. And at this point, if Mr. Compson wishes to come forward and provide some comments, we'd appreciate that.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thank you.
I might need you.
Sure.
I'll stick around. I've never.
Good evening, Mr. Compson.
We've never met, Rob and I.
We need your name and address for the record.
David Compson, my primary residence, 60 Deer Ridge Drive, Getzville, New York, 14068.
Go ahead.
Well, first of all, I'd like to tell all of you that it's very, very nice to be back here. I haven't been here in many years. Some familiar faces, some not so familiar faces, but I've been developing commercially in Fort Erie, my beloved second home, for about 28 years, including the Sobeys-based development on Garrison Road, as well as a couple of larger plaza developments not too far from Town Hall here. So my development experience dates back to April 28th, 1994 in Fort Erie. You have a lot of questions, many of which I'm fully prepared to answer. But let me start by giving you a very brief backstory. I started in my engagement with the LCBO 8 years ago, and for several years, the first 3 years was spent trying to convince them that Ridgeway, Crystal Beach, Thunder Bay area was deserving of a market assessment. And finally, through my colleague, Jennifer Guzzi, who works at the LCBO, who vacations in the area and shared my advocacy, she convinced her higher-ups to bring one of 2 temporary sales trailers to Ridgeway to test the market, quote unquote. There's no question that nobody's patience has been tested more than mine. I never expected the trailer to be there for as long as it has been. To my professional mind, I felt that 2 years would be a sufficient amount of time, perhaps 3, for the trailer to gauge the market. It's a 700 square foot sales floor area. It's non-refrigerated. And thankfully, just as I had always expected, the market demand was there. And but I think there was a complacency. Certainly the pandemic did not help matters. So the trailer's been there much longer than I would have ever thought it would be. But circumstances are what they are, and I think the crux of the matter this evening revolves around certainty. The LCBO wants certainty. I like certainty, and the town wants to be certain, I suspect, that the LCBO is fully committed to a bricks and mortar store. In the beginning of March of this year, I signed a 10-year lease agreement with 4 5-year option periods with the LCBO for a 5,100 square foot store. So the lease, which was my goal 8 years ago, was fully executed. Now that lease has 2 conditions. 1 is site plan approval, and 2, which is typical in all new developments, and the second condition is that the trailer be in continuous operation until the store gets built and is open. I think loosely they're planning on perhaps shutting it down within days of the grand opening of the store. Now, we have what's called, to Councillor Noyes' question, a possession date, a turnover date. Within the lease, we are to turn the possession of the space over to the LCBO on July 1 of 2023. And at the time we entered into the lease agreement, we felt that that was a sufficient amount of time. But as Rob pointed out, I mean, today is different than it was 3 years ago when there was more certainty or at least accuracy in terms of delivery of possession. Now you have all kinds of external issues that impact my ability to deliver the building. We've all heard of pandemic-related issues like lead time and materials. So things that were readily available now are months in advance. And even one thing was raised today, which is a transformer. You know, and a colleague of mine who works at CMP, Jeff Hoover, who many of you may know, there could potentially be 18 to 24 months in obtaining a transformer. So those are the 2 conditions of the lease agreement. So it's very, very important for all the councilors to understand that one of the conditions is the continuous operation of this trailer. Now, do I think that a 3-year request was an overreach, even in light of the these external factors. I do, but again, they want to be certain so nobody finds themselves back in front of council 12 months from now requesting a further extension. And I think what the town wants, at least that's my sense in engaging with the town, is, listen, we want certainty. We want to see construction of that building. We want to make sure that this LCBO, who's been in this trailer for 5 years, is actually, committing themselves to the store. And I can assure you that that's the case. So 3 months ago, we probably would have had our site plan application in. However, the region mandated a traffic impact study. So we had to retain the services of Paradigm to conduct a traffic impact study for the first phase of this development, which, by the way, I started 15 years ago, forecasting a development. It's been a long journey for me. And we're finally there. We're finally there. The egg's been cracked, as I like to say, because it's, as we all know, been a growing area. And these are strategically placed lands. All of the environmental issues have been dealt with the NPCA to allow for the full development to evolve. So, on one hand, the town staff is recommending 12 months, and Rob is right. If you were to ask me 3 months ago or 4 months ago whether or not I felt confident that July 1st would be a possession date, I would have said, yeah, but every developer is uneasy nowadays because of the uncertainty of product delivery, labor issues, plus the growth of the Niagara region has really taxed the construction trades in this area. So, on the other hand, am I completely confident that we'll deliver possession over to the LCBO 3 years from now? Of course. So I think our collective task in welcoming the LCBO to serve, the area community, I think our collective task is to calibrate the length of the extension to provide comfort and confidence to the LCBO that, okay, we should be able to make this work within 18 months, 20 months, and provide myself a high level of confidence and certainty that we can meet that construction timeline, and provide the town confidence that, yes, this in fact is going to happen. Now, to that last point, we are, I think, within days of completing the site plan. What happened was the site plan had to be suspended pending the traffic impact study. We needed to make sure we are submitting a site plan that was consistent with the results and conclusions of the traffic data and analytics. That traffic study took several months to complete. And was completed probably around 1 month ago. And that required the recommendations and conclusions of that traffic impact study required some, what I would call minor revisions to the site plan. But that put the entire architectural and engineering team back onto the site plan to adopt the traffic impact study. So now the architect is completed. Halex Engineering, which is our engineering consulting team, is, I think, 95 to perhaps even 100% complete with its work. So I'm pretty confident that we'll be able to submit full site plan application for the development by the end of this month. I mean, that's my goal. It is imminent. I would describe it as imminent.
Thank you very much, Mr. Compson. We'll start with Councillor Lubberts. You had some questions?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop, and thank you very much, Mr. Compson. You said you signed a lease with LCBO.
Correct.
So you're going to build the building?
That's
not
correct.
The LCBO?
Correct.
Okay. And is it going to be a standalone building?
It is going to be an end cap, Councilor Lubberts.
does that mean?
It would not be, it would be the end cap of a multi-tenant building. It's not going to be a freestanding.
So it'll be the start of a long building?
Correct.
Yeah, and you can
Yeah.
retrofit it, you'll build it so that you can add on to it and just tie into the existing?
That's correct.
Yeah.
And by the way, you should know that the only reason that building is standing behind the trailer is it's an electrical power source. Otherwise, it would have been demolished.
Yeah, I was gonna comment on that later, because I remember doing the electrical
You did
there.
it, yeah.
Yeah, so, and you can't move it forward.
No.
No, yeah,
It was
okay.
either tie into that building, Councillor Lubberts, or go overhead to the power lines, and the decision was made.
So your site plan is ready to submit to the town within,
It's imminent, Councillor Lubberts. I would hope, in fact, I sent an email to John Skinner, who's the and chief engineer on the file at Halex, to find out when I can expect completion of their work, because I have to attend
so a one-year extension really wouldn't hurt your operation, other than the fact that if after a year you don't have the site plan, and if after a year you don't have the building permit, then you would have to come back here for another extension.
Well, respectfully, I don't think 12 months is properly calibrated to the amount of time that we collectively require to not only obtain site plan approval, which in my estimation, even if it's fast track, it's going to be perhaps 90 days, 3 months, and that's favorable. Then you have construction, which under normal circumstances, again, we'd be able to probably construct the shell of the building and our portion of the interior fit-ups in probably 9 to 11 months. But today, things are different. Everybody's allowing themselves a cushion in time. Plus, it's not 3 weeks, as Councillor Noyes mentioned earlier, it's 3 months within the lease agreement itself for the completion of the LCBO's fit-ups. So,
Yeah, I get that. So
Yeah.
your site plan will be ready, let's say, within 2 weeks.
yeah,
So then you got 30 to 90 days for site plan approval.
ambitiously, but
Well, that's pretty much standard here, I think, 90 days. And then you would still have, that's 3 months, 4 months, you would still have 8 months to apply for your building permit.
we would be moving for a building permit. We may even move for a conditional building permit in the interim, if that's possible.
So if the building permit is applied for and you start construction within a year, then
Yes.
then a year's extension would be fine.
No, it wouldn't be, because you also have to, what you're suggesting is that if our site plan application gets submitted, let's say by July 1st, 3 months takes you into October 1st, then you have a construction timeline, you've got the winter months to deal with. It's
Yeah, we don't.
As you know,
we don't need
January and
construction to be
February are-
completed. We
Yeah.
just need you to apply for your building permit.
And there again, let's draw our attention back to the lease language itself, which is conditional. The LCBO lease with my company is conditional on continuous operation of this temporary sales trailer. So if we can't provide continuous operation of the sales trailer, I would be in breach of the lease, and they could terminate the lease, which of course I don't think anybody wants. So I use the word calibrate because I think our collective task here is to figure out, well, what's a period of time from now that's going to make the town feel comfortable, the developer feel comfortable, and the tenant-client feel comfortable. And I think 12 months, to me, is an impossibility at this point in time. So without a doubt in my mind, we will be back here 12 months from now seeking another extension. It would be my respectful advice to council to work to calibrate that, the term of the extension, so that nobody has to come back here. It's not the intention of the LCBO or the development team to have this trailer on site any longer than is necessary. It's extension request is strictly driven to provide the products and services continuously from the trailer to the bricks and mortar store.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but last year in July, when we gave the 9-month extension, we went through all of that.
Yeah.
And LCBO said, yeah, we're pretty confident that we can be moving forward.
Yep.
And that we will be in a position where we're going to have some securities that this is what's going to happen. And so...
And I credit the council for making that decision.
I'm not comfortable with giving a 3-year extension and being in the same place next year or 3 years from now as we are now, with the LCBO not having any bricks and mortar in place. So the year's extension would be fine.
Question, Councillor Lubberts?
But you're saying that you want the 3 years.
No, I never said that. I characterize the 3-year as, in my opinion, the LCBO doesn't share this opinion, but I characterize the 3-year request as an overreach. I don't mind speaking candidly to this council. I've been in front of this council many times. I think the council's decision back in July to extend the variance for, what was it, 9 months? I think that is the hammer that compelled the LCBO to the table to actively and on an accelerated basis engage in formal lease discussions, which led to the 10-year lease.
So what kind of obstacles would be in your way when you're after your site plan, your 90 days? What obstacles would be in your way from obtaining a building permit?
Well, you're familiar with the tender process, so we'd have construction drawings that need to be submitted for tender. We've got to vet those, approve the contract. Contractors have to order materials. So obstacles would be construction materials and scheduling, getting them on site. And, you know, like I said, I definitely believe 12 months is insufficient. What we're all trying to avoid is a breach of the actual lease agreement itself. And if we can't create an environment that allows for that continuous operation, and we will do everything in our power to expedite the delivery of the bricks and mortar store. We're not looking to take advantage of this extension, believe me. We'll be back here. Technically, I'd be in breach of the lease, and the LCBO can terminate it, believe it or not.
So when you submit your site plan next week, do you not have to have your drawings in place? They have to know what you're building?
Well, we have our architectural elevations. All of the requirements for site plan application will be met.
So once you do your site plan, you have to have all your drawings in place.
Well, concurrently with that, we'll have construction drawings put together by Ramondo as the architect on this particular building. So we'll have some construction drawings. But again, the costs, the increase in cost for materials and design are such that, you know, the development community is now forced to look at alternatives, like what's the most cost-effective. Things have gone up 150% in many of the trades. So, and there's budgets to consider, and, you know, like the council considers budgets. So we have to go through some various building material iterations.
Okay, so well, when the report comes forward, I'll ask about the drawings and what needs to be submitted and what the the timeline is for building permits. Thank you.
Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Mr. Thompson, for appearing here today. I agree with you. It's nice to all be back in person and sharing the space together and working together. Thank you very much for the insight you provided. That was very insightful. I'm going to ask a question, and perhaps I'll be kicking myself after because it may open a can of worms. But you had mentioned that you feel 12 months is not. That's just not going to work. And from the way you described it, I cautiously tend to agree. But at the same time, you said 3 years is also, you think that's a little too much. Are you kind of looking at like an 18 to 24 month period? Because I appreciate where you're coming from with the lease requirement and how much we've moved forward. But at the same time, I agree with Councillor Lubberts and other members of council. 3 years is way too much, and I'm more in favor of a year, but I don't want to jeopardize this. So what are you looking at here?
I am more comfortable with the 18 to 24 months, and we have not daily conversations with the engineers and my client. I mean, the LCBO, I've known these people for a long, long time. They'd probably be upset with me for saying anything less than 3 years. But I told them flat out on the phone, I said, you've been there for 5 years, people want to see action, and I think 3 years is going to send the wrong message to council, that's an awfully long time. I wonder if they have any wiggle room, is this really going to occur? And we do have a formal binding contract with them, which is the great news, and we shouldn't lose sight of that. That they're actually committed to a 5,100 square foot store to service the residents and guests of the community. I think that's incredibly important. 18 to 24 months. Again, today I received a text. There was a meeting taking place, and Jeff Hoover, whom I have a tremendous amount of respect for in terms of his technical capabilities and his knowledge, but the text came in and said, David, we need to be concerned about the transformer because they just sat right next to a CNP representative who's suggesting that transformers are 18 to 24 months out. Who would have thought? That's 2 years. So I think with the LCBO, to their credit, they're just trying to be, err on the side of caution, so you can't hold it against them. Do I consider it a possibility? I suppose, but as I characterized it to the LCBO just today, and even in my phone conversation with Rob, I think it's highly remote. I think more, and I think that if the council can find its way to, a 24-month extension, always remember, nobody's sitting on their hands any longer. We have an actual contract. We're submitting site plan application. This is a green-lit deal. It's moving forward, and it doesn't benefit anybody to delay the forward progress of the LCBO store. And then I would imagine, we'll work diligently, and if we can deliver it in 14 or 16 months, including the 3-month fit-up on the LCBO side of things for the interior, the trailer's going away as soon as the store opens. And the contract requires them to open at substantial completion. So there's no discretion on the part of the LCBO as the tenant client in delaying things. They're required to have their fit-ups done within a certain, I believe it's 90 days. I'm looking to you, and you're not privy to the terms of the lease. I believe that some of my clients have 120, and I think the LCBO's 90. So.
Sorry, Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, and thank you, Worship, and thank you, Mr. Thompson, for that explanation. I'm sure you can appreciate the certainty, like you had mentioned certainty. The LCBO wants certainty. You, of course, want certainty for your development. You can appreciate council wants some certainty, too.
Definitely.
Councillor Noyes had mentioned 7 years. When does that, you draw the line between temporary and permanent? So I trust you understand where council is coming from.
I can appreciate that.
Yeah, that's why I asked here about, maybe we can, if this has moved us forward as it has, if we can, perhaps discussion during the report, but I appreciate all the insight you've provided. I'm looking forward to seeing this move forward, as I'm sure all of council has, and I'm very thankful you provided this information this evening, Mr. Thompson. Thank you.
Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop, through you, Mr. Thompson. Thank you for your frankness. And granted, COVID was nasty to all of us, and it did put things in difficulty getting things and stuff. But you wrote your letter on March 9th, 2022, so you should have been aware of all that. And in your letter, you commented that...
That was prior to the traffic impact study, Councillor Noyes.
Okay, but I'm not talking about the traffic impact. I'm talking about the granting of a temporary ZBA for a period of 3 years, and that it was, and that's the condition of the lease. So you're saying that's not necessarily the condition of the lease?
The continuous operation of the trail lease, I don't know if this is coming in and out. Can you be more specific with your question?
Yeah, but then the next line, it says, therefore, it's absolutely critical that the town grant the ZBA extension request by the LCBO, which the extension was for 3 years. So I'm reading that what they're asking for and what you put in your lease was a 3-year extension.
They've proposed that language, in all honesty and candor, which you'll always get from me. They've proposed that language in an amending agreement to the lease, which has not been signed. In fact, it's right in front, it's in my inbox, waiting for signature, and my advice to the LCBO in Toronto was, let's wait for the results of, before we sign what is formally called the second amending agreement, which has that 3-year length, or I think it was revised, Councillor Noyes, from 3 years to a period of time in the sole opinion of the LCBO if it was satisfactory. I have not signed that because, in fact, I had a conversation this morning with my LCBO counterpart, and I said, let's wait for the results of the council decision, and then, if it's acceptable to all the parties, we'll embody that term into the second amending agreement. Do you follow me on that? Am I being clear enough?
Well, you're being clear that the LCBO is keeping an open door and prepared to make changes and hoping that you're going to sign the lease.
Oh, no, the lease is signed.
No, but the condition of the 3-year whatever.
The condition, again, is for the continuous operation of the trailer. That's what the condition language is in the lease agreement. The language respecting the extension and the new expiry of the ZBA is not in the lease document itself. Okay, all parties recognized that the variance expired, and that for the continuous operation of the sales trailer, there needs to be an extension granted to allow for the continuous operation. So the LCBO proposed a second amending agreement, which, if fully executed, forms part and parcel of the lease. And they had language in there that spoke to 3 years. It was my advice to them, number one, I don't want to sign that right now. 2, I want to wait and see what the council's position is with respect. So if the council, in its deliberations, agrees to a 2-year extension, okay, let's put 2 years into the second amending agreement, not 3. So we're kind of in a hold pattern.
A further question. With the trailer on site now, what are the taxes that the trailer pays? Commercial.
Oh, jeepers. I can tell you, I aggregate the property taxes for all of the lands. There's just under 10 acres of land there. I don't know specifically what the property taxes are. With the LCBO trailer, I would estimate the annual property taxes for all of that raw land, that vacant building used as a power source in the trailer to around $38,000 a year.
And I don't know a lot about taxes except the ones that I pay.
Yeah.
But So if the trailer wasn't there, you would be paying less taxes?
I'd be speculating. I have no idea what impact the trailer has had on the tax assessment for 409 Gorham Road. I really do not know.
And when the report comes up, that will be one of my questions.
The good news is, when we move into a 5,100 square foot store, the property taxes will increase on that entire parcel.
Thank you for that, but the bad news may be that for 7 years, they haven't been paying taxes on the trailer. So that's
The town has been a wonderful partner in all of this,
Any further
for
questions,
sure.
Councillor Noyes?
Just the one question about the hydro.
Mm-hmm.
I understood that you couldn't move the trailer because of the hydro and access to the hydro. What are you going to do during the construction phase when that building is demolished?
The permanent LCBO store is actually going to be located on the south of the property, down by what I call the old hamburger stand. That's the quadrant of the lands where the LCBO is to be located.
One last question. Who put the rocks?
I'm glad you raised that question with me, because I have the answer to that. The LCBO has been responsible for maintaining that site since they've been there. So the LCBO hires the contractors to plow, to set stone and grade it. In fact, that last gravel dump was, I can tell you, $8,000 to help mitigate the dust.
Well, again,
They told me that on the phone.
well, it may have mitigated the dust, but it's created even a bigger problem.
So, Councillor
Yeah.
Noyes, this is an opportunity for questions. We've already
you
heard your
agree?
views. We've already heard your views.
It's less than ideal, Councillor Noyes, for
Okay,
sure.
Thank you, that's all.
Oh, it's for sure. It'll be worth the price, though, in 2 years from now.
Mr. Councilman, I have a couple of questions. So number one, you've answered the one, which is who's responsible for the parking area. So part of the problem has been that this has been a temporary facility in a location where a temporary facility shouldn't be located, a commercial facility. And we've been trying to get the LCBO to make a decision on whether they're going to move or whether they're going to move into a permanent building. They've finally gotten to the point where they're acknowledging that they'll move into a permanent building. So if they're responsible for the property, the parking area, I suppose we could require them to do something more than what they're doing as a condition of the zoning. That wouldn't cost you anything.
It wouldn't cost the property owner anything. God bless you. So if you're considering making dust suppressants, I have found professionally that new gravel acts as a dust suppressant. And I know my colleague would never have misrepresented what was just spent. And that's not the first time they spent money for new gravel to suppress dust. I know they've done that once before, and I think, if memory serves me, it alleviated to a large measure. And now, of course, with the end in sight, moving into a permanent location, the natural inclination, as we all know, is we're only going to be here for a short period of time, and that dust suppressant, I've been told, is $2,000 per application per month, which is quite expensive.
So would it be a fair speculation that the cost of occupying a bricks and mortar building through a lease would be more expensive than operating out of a trailer?
Can you repeat that, Your Worship?
More expensive for the LCBO to occupy a bricks and mortar facility which they are renting than to occupy the trailer that they've got right now?
Would it be more expensive?
Yeah.
Of course. Well, their expense side goes up, but I would imagine their revenues also increase. So I guess the answer to your question is yes.
Yeah, I suppose it is, and I think that's part of the. Do you appreciate the fact that part of the problem that councillors have is that the LCBO has taken advantage of a situation they've been avoiding costs, they've been taking advantage of the zoning, and I think you're correct. I think it was only because of the 9-month extension granted last year that they finally decided they have to do something. So I in terms of you moving forward with construction of this plaza, it's more than just one store. There are presumably a number of other entities that are going to have to move into buildings that you will construct?
There are.
And are there, aside from the LCBO, are there other contracts that you need to secure in order to make your moving forward viable?
None whatsoever. In fact, if I may, the LCBO, through its market research, they're very, very highly regarded in terms of their market research. So in my business, if a client like the LCBO vets a market, other national clients don't even feel the need to vet the market because the LCBO's already done it and has committed. So the LCBO was very, very instrumental in bringing other national interests to bear on the site and the area.
So what you're saying is you've got a sufficient critical mass of other tenants that this plaza is going to proceed?
Yes. Let me qualify that.
Yeah, please do.
I have one other tenant client for the same building, in fact, in the space adjacent to the LCBO, that lease, which has been fully executed, is conditional on the LCBO coming in. That's the kind of weight that the traffic generated by the LCBO brings. They are the gold standard. Is there an arrogance to that at times? Sure, and I've told them that. But I will always believe that but for the, one of my favorite legal lines, but for the hammer that the town put down on the last extension, you know, it may not, the lease may not have ever happened. I mean, I have a hammer, which is always get off my property, but knowing the LCBO as I do, and I've known them for 15 years, my greatest fear in putting that hammer down was if they left that area. I'm a community-minded developer. I look at developments through the lens of end users. If I ever threw them off the property, they might not have ever come back. And that I was fearful, not just for myself, but also for the residents of the community. So it was really the town's actions that said, we've had enough. And all of a sudden, things changed in Toronto.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Thompson. We appreciate it.
Any other questions?
You're done. At this stage, I'm going to ask if there's anyone other than the owner or the tenant who wishes to speak to council in opposition to the application. And Mr. Beauchamp, would you check to see if there's anyone in the digital waiting room? They're still awake.
There's no one in the waiting room.
Okay, so there's no one, period. So when I ask if there's anyone then that wishes to speak in support or opposition, your answer is going to be the same.
Correct, sir.
Okay. Madam Clerk, have you received any communications since the preparation of the report that we need to be aware of?
Your worship, no, I have not.
Okay, then I'm going to declare this public meeting closed, and we're going to proceed with the agenda. Are there any items in the consent agenda that anyone wishes removed? If not, can I have a motion to, Councillor Dubanow moves the consent agenda. Are there any questions with respect to any of the reports in the consent agenda? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you. I wanted to mention the EDTS-01-2022. I think that's wonderful news, and I wanted to bring attention to it, that there's a possibility of a large plant coming to Fort Erie, and I think that's wonderful news to, I guess, going to initially 35 people and hopefully growing to 7 and something like 42 million or something investment.
That's correct.
If I'm just trying to remember all the details. I think that's wonderful. And it's a wonderful location, and I just wanted to bring attention to that. And congratulations to the EDTS for anything they did to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments with respect to any of the reports? And by the way, the EDTS also were quite instrumental, along with town staff, in getting the MTO to review their requirements for what needed to be done in order to facilitate construction in that area. We have the MTO to deal with later tonight. If there are no other questions or comments, then I'm going to call the question on the, except I have one question. Mr. Jansen, in terms of the CS 08-2022, that's the extension of the TD banking agreement, I thought I read there that the cost to the municipality is around $25,000 per year, which really, I suppose, makes it unreasonable at this stage, based on the reasons in the report, to go to the market. But ordinarily, we would go to the market periodically. Okay. If there are no other questions, all those in favor of the recommendations in the reports? None opposed? That is carried. That then takes us to Planning and Development Services. That's you, Councillor Dubanow.
It is, Your Worship. Planning and Development Services is now in session for the evening. We have no reports or delegations this evening. However, we have a few few reports. First one on the agenda tonight, PDS 42-2022. That's a proposed combined official plan and zoning bylaw amendment for 131 and 135 Gilmore Road. Can I get a mover for that, Your Worship? That report is now on the floor for questions or comments by council. It's nice not to have to look back anymore. Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just want to get some clarification from the consultant that was up here earlier. I asked about the building permit, and can somebody from staff explain why a building permit was obtained by the owner, the work was done, and then after all the work was done, they realized that it was non-conforming, and why wasn't it picked up during the application process?
Mr. Hilovich, do you have any information on that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, I'm sorry, I do not. My assumption might be that someone assumed it was legal non-conforming, and we had heard from the applicant's agent that the residential uses had been in the building for at least a period of 10 years. And so I'm going to go on the assumption that someone made an assumption that it was illegal non-conforming and eligible for a permit, but we're trying to rectify the situation now.
Thank you. Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would prefer to get a more definite answer than an assumption.
Mr. Hilovich, can you look into that and perhaps provide a response to council at our next committee meeting?
Yes, I can definitely do that.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lubberts. Any other questions or comments from council? Your Worship.
Yeah, I think I just want to follow up on Councillor Lubbert's concern. I think I'd like, when the planner looks into this and provides us with some information, I hope that it provides an explanation as to how this could be overlooked, because I'm familiar with a number of properties where building permits are applied for and issues are raised with respect to the zoning. That seems to be part of the normal process. So perhaps there was some type of oversight, and we can get clarification on that.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Your Worship, and I'm sure Mr. Hilovich can dig a little deeper on that, and we, council appreciates that. Any other members of council, questions or comments regarding PDS 42? So I'm seeing none, so I'll call the question then. All those in favor? So that's unanimous and carries. So that then moves us on to PDS 43, 2022. That's a proposed temporary zoning bylaw amendment for 409 Gorham Road. Can I get a mover for that? Councillor Zanko. That report is now on the floor for questions or comments by council. Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Councillor Dubanow. I don't think anyone here on council is happy with how this has developed over the last 7 years, or will be 7 years, and I'm certainly am not one. that is pleased with how this is developed. And I do want to know what taxes do they pay with the trailer in place? Like, what difference does it make if the trailer was there or not there? Wonder if Mr. Jansen would have an answer.
Yeah, Mr. Jansen, are you able to clarify, and I'm wondering that as well, is there any vacant commercial provisions on that despite the trailer being there? I'm just curious.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Noyes. I wouldn't share the specific assessment in the public setting, but I would expect, and I don't have the assessment details, but I would expect there would be an assessment for the current, I believe there's still a commercial building there for that, for the property as well. I know in the case of mobile units that there is an assessment for those as well, so there should be some additional component for what that unit that's there right now. But that's all I would have.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. I'm going to talk about the gravel. I'm sure there is some more user-friendly gravel than what's currently there. They have a wheelchair lift or a lift for people to use. There's no way on earth anybody would be able to push a wheelchair or a walker through that gravel to that lift. I don't know if there's. I'm not an expert on gravel, but when the rocks are about this big and very rough to walk on, I mean, I found it difficult to walk on. Is there something better than that? I'm not talking about paving it or anything. I'm just talking something better than what they currently have in place that's more user-friendly.
I'm wondering if Mr. Walsh just might have some info on that, just because it goes onto the infrastructure side of things.
Thank you, Councillor Dubanow. Typically, in road construction, we use what's called a granular A. It's a combination of crushed limestone down from 3/4 inch down to dust. When it packs up tight, it becomes very, very friendly. It's easy to roll on for accessibility issues, and with maybe a little bit of maintenance, the dust is minimized.
Councillor Noyes?
Thank you for that. And again, I'm probably going to be making a recommendation that they do then use granular A for the, I'm not saying the whole place, but perhaps for the parking area and the access to the lift, that they change what they currently have and use the granular A to be a condition of if this does go forward. My other concern was the safety of the building, and I briefly mentioned it to Alex. I did go there today, and I had no problem getting in and out, but I will say that the first step going up was very soft, or like when you stepped on it, that kind of bent, and the railing you could kind of go like that too. It is portable. So maybe that's the way they're built, but I would think that if we haven't done a safety inspection of that for 5 years, we're going into 6 years, that perhaps a safety inspection would be a benefit. I will say once I was inside the trail, they had the automatic doors, which was great, and once I was inside, there was no problem with accessibility at all, and there was a very nice young man that served me quite well. Got 2 nice bottles of wine. So
I was just going to ask.
Worth the visit. But I do have some concerns about where we're going to go with this. I mean, we're already being told, well, if you make it 1 year, we're coming back next. So is that just making more work for our staff? If they come back in 1 year, we're going to say yes? Or do we just say no and, you know, fish or cut bait, basically, and just... There's other options in town. This is not the only place, but I feel sorry for Mr. Compson, who, like you said, it's an anchor, and it's important for the rest of his development. But you know, where do we stop? Like, when do we stop? I think the LCBO has taken full advantage of the situation, and I haven't talked to the EDTS in a while, but when I talked to them back in July of last year. There was one contact way at the beginning, and they had made no contact with the EDTS again. And I don't know if they've done anything in 9 months to see if there was any other place that they could go. I'm not going to repeat all the questions I had earlier. You'll probably be happy about that. So I will give up the chair. I will give it to you.
Thank you, Councillor Noyes. Any other members of council have any questions or comments? Councillor Lubberts?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Getting back to this site plan and building permit and this lease agreement that Mr. Thompson was talking about. He says that his lease agreement is conditional on the continued operation of the LCPO trailer. And he also indicated that building and getting the LCBO into their building would be 2023. So he's quite confident that he can have site plan and the building built by 2023. So I don't know that he would have a problem with a one-year extension, but I think maybe we could modify it a little bit and give them a one-year extension. And as long as the building permit has been applied for, then he would have an option of a further extension until the LCBO can get in there. That way, everybody's committed. Mr. Compson's committed to building a building, and the LCBO maintains their trailer. But we can still sit here with a one-year extension, and after a year, if the building permit hasn't been applied for, then the LCBO, maybe they might need to look for another location. Because if I remember correctly, when LCBO first came here, this was a pilot program. They wanted to see if it was viable to have a store in Ridgeway, and they were looking at other locations. They were looking around to see where they could build it, and this location came up for temporary. And so that's what we agreed to. This would be temporary until you found a place to build. And to me, it seems like LCBO is content to wait for Mr. Compson to build something. And in the meantime, I don't know how much they're working towards finding another location. And we got very little answers tonight because, no disrespect to the gentleman that was here, but he was only here to comment on his side of it, the planning side of it, and he wasn't privy to what the LCBO was doing and what they were thinking. So I think that if we stay with the one-year extension, but maybe add the caveat that, you know, as long as you got your building permit in place and all the other things, then we can give you, then staff can just automatically give you the extension, and we don't have to go through this whole big process. But I don't know that I can support 3 years. As far as the dust suppressant goes, I'm not comfortable with this system that they put in place, because you heard the delegate and he said, we're hoping that this will mitigate. And he said, we understand the issue, but nobody's committed to preventing the issue. And earlier this evening, Councillor McDermott and I asked Mr. Walsh about dust suppressant. He said that an application of dust suppressant could last, you know, for the season. Mr. Compson says it's $2,000 an application every month. Well, now I need to know which, you know, what is it? What is this dust suppressant? And if it's $2,000 a month, then that's the cost of doing business. The neighbors are saying, how can we believe that they're going to take care of the dust if they didn't take care of the dust last year? They were told that they were going to, although it wasn't written in the bylaw again, You know, it was understood that dust was a problem and they ignored it. And so I don't know that we're here to give relief. We're here to move this project forward, make sure that they're moving things forward. I understand Mr. Compson has a lease, but that's between Mr. Compson and the LCBO. That doesn't fall on us. That's not on our shoulders. We're here to satisfy the residents of Fort Erie, and I think that if we can work something out with, you get your application, your building permit within a year, then I think we can work something out.
Thank you, Councillor Lubberts. Before I go to his worship, he did have a question. Mr. Hurlovich, the way Councillor Lubberts described about giving a one-year extension, perhaps an automatic extension being built into this if a building permit is granted, is that doable? Is that something council can request, or are we getting beyond the Planning Act if we do something like that?
It would be my opinion, we're probably getting beyond the Planning Act.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hurlovich.
I appreciate your confidence.
No, that's why I just wanted to check, because I thought it was a novel idea, but I understand in a lot of circumstances, provincial law kind of ties our hands on that. Your worship.
Yeah, that was one of the questions I wanted to ask, and I suppose it depends on how it's worded. We're talking about temporary. So my question to Mr. Hurlovich would be, is there a way that we can get this to possibly 2 years with some type of trigger? In other words, could it be a one-year extension with a further one-year extension, provided a building permit has been applied for by June 30th, 2022? Or is that what Mr. Hurlovich is saying is beyond jurisdiction?
Yeah, can you provide some clarification on that, Mr. Hurlovich?
So, again, Mr. Chair, to the mayor, I would say that putting that kind of a condition is something that would be workable, because council's now making that decision in a public meeting, and it's a conditional zoning that we could actually follow through on.
Okay.
Right, okay.
Your worship.
And then the second question I had with respect to the parking lot, this is a particular point of aggravation among all the other points of aggravation in this issue. And I'm wondering about a condition that would say that there has to be a parking lot service put in place that suppresses dust and is navigable for accessibility purposes. Is that the type of condition that we could impose on the granting of the temporary zoning bylaw amendment?
Mr. Hurlovich?
Again, to his worship, I see no reason that that couldn't be inserted into the bylaw. And in fact, Mr. McFarland said that that was not a provision in the bylaw, and so therefore they were unable to enforce that. So I would suggest that would be a very strong and motivating condition.
Yeah, I'm very concerned about placing undue burdens on poor Mr. McFarland when he goes to his client. So I would like to move two amendments. They can be dealt with separately. The first is that as a condition of whatever we approve, a parking lot service will be installed that suppresses dust and is navigable for accessibility purposes. And we'll leave that in the discretion of the Director of Infrastructure Services.
All right.
So that's the First Amendment I'm proposing.
Okay. So that amendment is now on the floor for any questions or comments from council.
And I guess my question would be, does that address your concerns, Councillor Noyes?
It does about the driveway, yes.
No, and I appreciate you bringing that up, Your Worship. Councillor Lubberts?
Yes, and I would support that amendment, but I'm just wondering, how do we ensure that what they're using and what they're doing is working? Are we going to consult with the neighbors to say, okay, is it okay with what is happening? I understand there may be some dust, but there's dust from the road, but are we going to engage with the neighbors to ask them for comment during the summer months.
I think His Worship
Yeah,
has
my
some
view would
thoughts.
be that the Director of Infrastructure Services will be in communication. This will be, if it's passed, a condition of the temporary zoning amendment. And just like every other issue, if the neighbors have a problem, they'll be in touch with the town. That would be directed to the Director of Infrastructure Services, and then town
Okay.
forces can follow up.
And if I may just ask a quick question for the director on that topic, just going back to the issue of accessibility and navigation, is there anything perhaps even, like we have mats that we use on beaches to make it easier for mobility devices, wheelchairs, individuals who, have assisted devices? Is there anything like that that can be used in a parking lot if there's an issue with anything related to the gravel? I think Councillor Noyes brought up an excellent point about the accessibility, and I'm just trying to think of a way we can tighten this up, even if they have to put down different granular, the amount of time it would have to pack down and everything.
Without being specific, I would think there's a number of things we can do. You'd have to look at the plans and actually stand there to figure out what the issue was before you'd select a product.
Okay. No, very good. Yep, that's good with me. Your Worship, or any other members of council had any other questions or comments about the amendment? You good, Councillor Noyes? You good? Okay. So I'll call the question then on the, sorry.
All voting early. We want to go home.
I'll call the question on the amendment. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Your Worship, you had another amendment?
The second amendment I had is, I know that the Appendix 4 talks about June the 27th, 2023 for the extension. I would suggest that we make it June the 30th, 2023, and so that so my amendment would be for a duration of one year to June 30th, 2023, as detailed in Appendix 4, so that would have to be amended, with a further extension of 1 year to June 30th, 2024, if a building permit is applied, if a building permit is applied for and issued before June 30th, 2023. And I guess I would need Mr. Hurlovich's advice on whether that's an appropriate way to leave that. I know he doesn't like to leave the municipality in a position where we're the trigger, so that would be the issued part. But it seems to me that a year is more than sufficient time for the application to be applied for and issued.
Are you comfortable with this, Mr. Hurlovich?
Excuse me. Yes, Mr. Chair, I think, again, it's a building permit issuance that the mayor has referred to, so I think we can work with that. And again, we're building into the bylaw now.
Excellent. So do any members have, I guess you already know what I'm going to ask. Councillor Noyes.
Yes, and just, if someone has a building permit, how long can they sit on that building permit and not do anything?
Mr. Hurlovich. Your Worship?
In order to get the building permit, they have to pay development charges, and I would think that they wouldn't be wanting to sit on their building permit for too long.
I'm just wondering if, Mr. Hurlovich, is there a legislative time frame regarding to how long a building permit can remain open?
I believe they have 6 months to start and then a year to continue that work.
Councillor Noyes?
And I can appreciate that. I'm just knowing that a few other buildings that have started and just stopped and don't go anywhere. So I would wonder if the amendment could have another, rather than just kind of open-ended, saying, okay, they can offer an extension, but the extension be limited to 1 year.
Yes.
No, I thought there was 1 year and then, unless there's, no, I'm saying that they have the building permit. My understanding is that they have the building permit in a year. Then it was kind of, we can add an extension. But I didn't hear that there was.
No, it was 1 year. If they get the building permit, then they get one additional year, and that's it for the temporary zoning bylaw.
Oh, okay, then I'm fine with that.
So thank you, Councillor Noyes. Do any other members of council questions, comments? So I'll call the question on the amendment. All those in favor? So that's also unanimous. So that brings us back to the original report as amended. Your Worship?
So I just had a few comments, and very briefly. as Mr. Thompson correctly pointed out, the hammer that we imposed on the LCBO, we did last year. And that was the 9-month period for them to come up with a plan. And that at least enticed them into entering into a lease agreement. We've been advised that it's in writing and it's been signed. And so that's where they are. If they breach that, it's a breach of contract. As Mr. Thompson had also mentioned, it's been extremely important for him to get the LCBO in the barn, because now that they're in the barn, that gives credibility to his development. And there may be some people who don't want another mall in Fort Erie or Plaza, but this has been something that he's worked on for many, many years. And we know that if the LCBO wants to locate there, they're generating revenues. I have some understanding of who some of the other tenants might be, and I think that it will, it's an opportunity for us to work with somebody who's put a lot of time and energy into putting a commercial development in this area, which is a growing area of the municipality, as we all know. So I'm coming here, I didn't think I would go to 2 years. I'm only going to 2 years on the strength of representations made to us by Mr. Thompson, number one, and number two, on the premise that he will get a building permit prior to a year from now, and then we'll proceed with his work. He has a history of doing quality work in this municipality, and I see no reason why we wouldn't expect him to do the same here. So I'm prepared to support the report as amended.
Thank you, Your Worship. Before I've already gone to, all right, in that case, I'll go to Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Councillor Dubanow. I do also want to add an amendment that there be a safety inspection of the building, and particularly the stairs going in, and also the lift itself. When I looked at the lift, my guess is that it hasn't been used for about a year, if not longer. I mean, there's cobwebs and there's paper and there's stuff that kind of indicates that it hasn't been used. So I'm not even sure that it's functional. So I would like to make sure that that it is a safe building to get in and out of, and that the lift is functional and safe.
Okay, so that amendment by Councillor Noyes is now on the floor for any questions or comments from council. I did have one if no members of council had any. I'm just curious, perhaps Mr. Hurlovich might know, is there any inspection or any safety record of the lift or the stairs or anything that has already been done? Or is this something that would be appropriate at this time just to ensure the safety of the trailer until we get a building constructed?
Let's see. I'm not aware of an inspection that has been done. I think the fact that Councillor Noyes has brought this up, I think we could have one of our municipal enforcement officers attend the site and take a look at that and perhaps report back. I'll take appropriate action.
Excellent. Councillor Noyes, did you want to follow up on that?
Yeah, I want to follow up on that. That actually there is, for any lifting mechanism, there's actually you need some letters behind your name that says that you can do this. And I know years ago, I actually used that lift as an example when we were trying to get a lift for our church, saying, well, they're using it, so why do we have to go through all these loops to get a similar lift for the church? But because it was temporary, they could use that type of porch lift. And because the hall was permanent, we had to get special inspections on a regular basis every 6 months at a cost of about $300. So there is somebody who checks the lifts to make sure that they're safe. And I would say that the designation of whoever checks that lift should have that designation to check it. I can't remember the letters, TASC or something like that.
Oh, the technical standards. I know, yeah, the TSSA, I believe it is, or something along those lines.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just to follow up on that, with it being the LCBO and with it being a provincial agency, there's probably issues of provincial regulations that get murky. But Mr. Hurlovich, is that something you can follow up on just to see if there is perhaps, even if we send a municipal law enforcement officer out there if there's anything, perhaps if the TSSA, if I got those letters right, would be involved in this or anything along those lines. Mr. Hurlovich?
Yes, I can work with Mr. Keegan and get our staff out there to initiate things, and if we have to follow up with technical expertise, we can do that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Hurlovich. So that amendment is still on the floor. Councillor Lubberts.
Well, we got the report as amended?
We're on Councillor Noyes'
Councillor
amendment
Noyes'
right now.
Oh, okay, no. I'll wait till the report comes back.
Okay, so we have to call the question on the amendment then. All those in favor? So that's unanimous. So we're back to the report now as amended by His Worship and Councillor Noyes. Councillor Lubberts?
Yes, thank you very much. Just a couple questions to, I don't know who would address this from staff, maybe Mr. Hurlovich. But in the public comments on the report, it says that one member of the public sent an email. And I'm just wondering why the comments from the public in the previous request for extensions weren't carried over to this request. Because I know my sister said, well, why would I make a comment? I've already commented. And they didn't do any dust suppressant, so why would I believe that they're going to do anything that I want now? They didn't do anything that I wanted the last time. But I'm just curious as to why we wouldn't carry those comments over.
I think it may be because it's a separate application, but Mr. Hurlovich, can you clarify that?
So the councillor's question was, why would they?
The comments from the previous extension that we granted, I believe it was 9 months ago, the comments in that report, why they weren't included in this report.
Yeah, I can't really explain that, but basically, I thought I was hearing the same concerns, and that is, there's dust, we want this to be a permanent structure, and so on. But certainly, if Councillor Lubberts wants to add something, we're certainly open to that. If there was something in those previous comments that can be incorporated.
Yeah, well, I'm just curious as to why it wasn't in the report, why it didn't carry over into this report. It's the same thing they're asking for, so they're concerned about the same thing this time, so they would just take the concerns from the last report, carry it over to this report.
But Councillor Lubberts, to the point that you're trying to raise here, you're aware of those concerns and you're raising them again now as part of this report. So even though the comments aren't there, they still are serving their purpose even from 9 months ago. Because
Yeah,
we just put an amendment to ensure that...
There was a letter sent out to all the property owners in the area, and they were asked to comment, and that's what the neighbors were saying. We already commented.
Okay.
Doesn't that carry over? And then obviously it wasn't in the report, and so I'm questioning whether, I'm bringing it up now, yes, but I never brought it up before the report was printed.
Okay. So is there anything you want done? Do you want to move the comments?
In the future, if there's extensions, right, the carryovers, the comments from previous remarks carry over into the next one until everything is resolved.
Okay. I think Mr. Hurlovich can write that down and make note of that. Are there any other questions?
Yeah,
Sorry, Councillor. Oh, Mr. Hurlovich, you raised your hand there. Did you want to comment?
Not to that, but on something with the amendment, Councillor Noyes' amendment, but it can wait until Councillor Lubberts.
Okay. Councillor Lubberts.
Yeah, the other thing, Mr. Chair, is in the past, and I brought this up a few times now, we've agreed that if we have a public meeting on an issue, we don't vote on the report in the same evening. And here we are voting on the same report the same evening. And I just, again, going to ask, why is staff constantly bringing recommendation reports after a public meeting,
Well,
on the same evening as a public meeting.
I'm gonna stop you right there because I don't think they constantly do that. We typically get an information report after the public meeting, which then would lead to a recommendation report after. I know there are a few.
Frequently.
I'm not even sure I would characterize it as frequently, Councillor Lubberts. This is actually something the mayor raises very often when he sees it on an agenda about doing this the same night. It's a concern all of council shares. I may argue that this is a unique circumstance, but Councillor, Mr. Hurlovich, do you want to comment on that and perhaps clarify why we're doing this the same night for Councillor Lubberts?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Staff saw this as basically an extension of the past approval that had already been granted, and because the temporary use was out of compliance with the bylaw, we're trying to bring it into conformity as quickly as possible.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hurlovich. So, Councillor Lubberts, is there anything else?
No.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments from council on the report as amended? Oh, yes, Mr. Hurlovich, you did have a comment about the amendment, Councillor Noyes raised. Please go ahead.
So my question is really, if we're going to be bringing back a zoning bylaw, it seems that the inspection of the stairs and so on shouldn't be part of that bylaw. We basically want that inspection to occur. We want any repairs to be made, and it seems outside of what you'd put into a zoning bylaw. And in fact, to Councillor Lubbert's point, we will be bringing that bylaw back at a later date for passing. It was intended that it would come back at the next council meeting. I can't say that we'll be able to do that if we're going to be doing the inspection, but certainly that was the intention. So we have to rewrite the bylaw, but I think we should do the inspection separate and outside of the bylaw.
Councillor Noyes, is your intent to have this inspected before the bylaw is granted, or are you just looking for an inspection to ensure that this is safe going forward irrespective of the bylaw?
The latter, yes. I have no problem with not making it part of the zoning, but I want to make sure we don't land up in the same catch-22 as that with the dust suppressant, because it wasn't put in, it wasn't done. So my goal is to make it safe, and you may not be able to get it inspected before the bylaw comes back. So I'm fine with that, as long as if we inspect it and it's lacking, we can then make them do what they need to do.
Mr. Hurlovich, did you get what Councillor Noyes was saying about how it's not, she's not looking for this to be done as part of the bylaw, but if it needs to be done, it has to be done. So what kind of language do you require for this?
Yeah, so we would require that to be a separate recommendation coming from council. So basically, we would have that as a formal motion that we can then follow up on.
Okay, so Councillor Noyes, we already voted on the amendment and passed it, though. Can it be withdrawn after being passed? Trying to think how to do this best procedurally, because typically I think Councillor Noyes would raise it under new business. I don't know if it's necessary.
Yeah, no, I would suggest at the very least we can further amend that by putting in a date that, you know, or yeah, if it doesn't have to be before the bylaw is passed, then you can put a date within 3 months or whatever Mr. Hurlovich feels is an adequate time to do the inspection is 3 months. Yeah,
Okay.
So why don't we further amend Amendment 3, just
Okay.
to provide for a 3-month period.
That's fine with me.
Okay. So so that's an amendment to the amendment, so we got it.
Reconsidering.
Well, I don't know if we're,
No,
it's an amendment.
in another amendment, you're amending the
Yeah,
third condition.
so that's pretty straightforward, so I'll just call the question then. All those in favor of the amendment? So that's unanimous. So that gives Mr. Hurlovich what he needs. So we're still back to the report originally as amended. Are there any individuals who have not spoken on the report who wish to speak before I call the question? Okay, so I'll call the question then. All those in favor of the report as amended? So that's unanimous, that carries. Thank you very much. Let me me return to the agenda here. So that then moves us on to PDS 44, 2022. That's the extension of draft plan approval for Fort Erie Hills subdivision. That's north of Phipps Street and west of Crook Street. Can I get a mover for that, Councillor McDermott? That report is now on the floor for any questions or comments from council. Councillor McDermott.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I support the extension. I mean, there's an extensive amount of work that still has to be done in one of the biggest projects in my ward. And I know that, just the archaeological study, plotting through that golf course is just incredible work that I would imagine is quite costly to the developer. Also, they're going to need time for the master servicing strategy, which is another thing that just slows the boat down. And you always hope when you see projects like this that you live to see the day that they get completed. I'm still hoping for that, but I do know that it is a very important development for the north end of town and all of Fort Erie, but especially to the north end because that will certainly help our business area grow from one street to another. And so I do support this, and I hope that they have better luck this year than they had last year with regards to the study. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor McDermott. Are there any other questions or comments from council? Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. On page 3, I guess, of 3 of 5, under analysis, in the one paragraph, it says that staff noted that any future extensions may require an update to the environmental survey work. And I just wanted to bring that forward, and I think the developer should note that he might want to prepare himself to update his environmental surveys, and like it says, to make sure that they're accurate and they still comply with regional and provincial policies, which I think should be done if there's another extension.
Was there anything else, Councillor Lubberts?
No, that's fine.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Lubberts. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Noyes?
Thank you, Councillor Dubanow. I do notice in the report that there was a mention of a pumping station that was in there originally and now removed. Do we have any concerns about the need for a pumping station? Like, why was that put in the first place?
Mr. Hurlovich, do you have that information in front of you? I think we touched on something briefly about some modifications to the plan during the Planning and Development Services Subcommittee meeting, but you might be able to answer this.
Yes, I'm afraid I don't recall the reason why the pumping station would no longer be required.
I think there was some neighboring property possibly looking into development. There were some changes to the site. Yeah.
Road allowance went.
Is that something perhaps even not necessarily even an inquiry, but if you could follow up just with an email to council and include Councillor Noyes on that just to get that information?
I can do that.
Thank you. Councillor Noyes.
Well, I would appreciate that. I'm just wondering again what the pumping station was for. Would imagine it would be for wastewater, or am I thinking of it? So there had to have been some concern about wastewater management in this area for the subdivision. And I know that we're not thrilled on private pumping stations, but I guess it goes back, I would like to make sure that we have adequacy in if there's not another pumping station, that there's enough, I don't know what the right words are, a flow and things to make sure that we don't have a problem with wastewater in this subdivision.
No, and you raise an excellent point, Councillor Noyes, and there is a master servicing study being done for, I think, for a number of parcels in the area, not just this, and it may be related to that as part of the master servicing, but Mr. Hurlovich can look into that a little more and just follow up with council. No, it'd be... Was there anything else, Councillor Noyes?
Nothing further.
Okay. Any other members of council, your worship?
Yeah, as the community keeps growing and Peacebridge Public School is undergoing some expansion to take care of the 7 portables that they had, or maybe still have, located on site. Once the expansion is completed, that will take care of those students. What about the new students? Because we're talking about 900 units in this development, and I'm beginning to wonder, where would a new elementary school go in that part of the town? What properties are available? Yeah.
Yeah, the one where there already was a school, your worship.
Yeah, the places where there already was a school. So I'm thinking that, 2 years from now, not only would the owner be looking at having to update the environmental aspects, I think we'd have to be looking at, is there going to be a need for something to be parceled out on this property for a school? And again, I've asked Mr. McQueen to follow up with the school board to arrange a meeting with them, because this is getting to a point where we can't, I don't think, ignore any longer what's happening in town. So that's a concern that I've got, because this is a lot of units.
I appreciate you raising that, your worship, because Garrison Road Public School is under similar pressure. And as I'm sure residents see, there's a lot of work going on in Alliston Woods on the other side of Spears Road, and that, I believe, is north of 300 units planned in there. And my kids go to Garrison Road School. I know what that parking lot is like, trying to deal the in and out. They're parked up on the curbs. They're blocking gates. There's a lot of signs at the building across the street that says no parking, or insurance does not let you park here, because that's what we're running into. And it's not like when I was a kid where, even if you lived 5 kilometers away, you walk to school. There's a lot of busing now. There's safety issues, and rightfully so. So I think that's an important point, your worship, that you raise. Was there anything else, your worship? Okay. Any other members of council, questions or comments about the extension report? So I'll call the question then. All those in favor? So that's unanimous, that carries. So that finishes us for reports this evening. Any new business or inquiries anyone wishes to raise this evening? Your worship.
Yeah, I gave the CAO a heads up with respect to a couple of incidents that have risen over the past 2 or 3 weeks related to road widening and development approvals, and how there seems to be a disconnect between the approvals being granted, a road widening being required, and somehow that being missed. And I'm wondering if the CAO has had an opportunity to consider the matter and how he might try to address that situation.
Yeah, Mr. McQueen?
Thank you, through the chair. So yes, in the last few weeks, we've had a couple of issues with road reconveyance, and I've had a chance to follow up with Mr. Hurlovich a bit on this. It seems in the past, the road reconveyance was happening at different parts of the planning process, and I know we've looked at it more recently in the last few weeks and have added and improved the process on a go-forward basis in terms of when we would notify applicants of a road reconveyance, ideally at a pre-consultation phase, as opposed to waiting for some other part of the process to notify them of an area where we may need to reclaim back property for a road allowance, a future road allowance. So I will be following up with Mr. Hurlovich just to see if there's an opportunity for us to do a bit of an audit. There's been a couple of areas particularly that I think the mayor is referring to. We'd like to just look at those and identify to see if there's anything else sort of in the pipeline, in the planning process, that we would want to identify as early as possible and notify landowners or property owners if there is some road reconveyance plan sometime in the near future to avoid that in the future.
Thank you, Mr. McQueen. Your worship?
Yeah, the CAO makes reference to road reconveyance, and I'm thinking he's thinking the same thing I am, which is road widening requirements.
Yeah.
And I think it's very important that we make sure that we have a process that does identify where a road widening is going to be required, and B, that the follow-up by the municipality is adequate adequate to ensure that as the developer moves into the site plan application process, this is taken into account so that we don't end up in a situation where a site plan is prepared. Oh, we forgot about the road widening. So I hope that that's what the CAO will also be following up on.
No, I agree, Your Worship. I would hope that's something that can be dealt with at pre-consultation, because that tends to make the most sense, especially as they're moving forward, if that information is available.
But then carried through to make sure that we
follow, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely. Thank you for raising that, Your Worship. Did you have anything else?
No.
Okay. Councillor Lubberts?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up on what the mayor was requesting. Rebstock Road is one of the problem areas. Site plan approval was made. My understanding was, and I know we debated in this council room over the fact that the buildings were too close to the road then. And now they built another block of town housing or row housing, and it's even closer to the road. But my question now is, if we're going to look at these issues, if you look at where the developer put this foundation, and now we've lost the road widening option. There were other homes built on Rebstock Road. The neighbor next door to that development, I know that DNR Construction built a house down the street a little bit further. I'm pretty sure in their agreement, when building, they had to convey a certain amount of property over to the town for road widening. Well, can't do that now because unless you want to put a joggle in the road, are these people going to be given back the land that they gave to the town?
I think I already know the answer to that, Councillor Lubberts, but I'll ask Mr. Hurlovich anyway.
So, Mr. Chair, excuse me, the property that Councillor Lubberts is referring to is one of the ones that the mayor was also referring to. The town will be receiving the road widening. It does mean that the person who owns the end unit in that row of townhouses will have a side yard setback of about 2.5 meters rather than the 3 meters that the bylaw requires. Prior to the current 3 meter standard, the town had a 6 meter standard, and that's what some of the other buildings have had to comply with, but the standard was lowered a number of years ago.
Thank you.
But we will collect the road widening in this case, so we don't need to give the road widening further down the street that we already collected.
Thank you, Mr. Hurlovich. Councillor Lubberts?
So, Mr. Hurlovich, you're saying you don't need the road widening down the street?
No, I'm saying we need that road widening, and I'm saying we're taking the road widening on the property that you just mentioned on Rebstock Road.
So there's no giving back, because we're getting the road widening for all of them.
So then the road is going to be how close to the foundation?
2.5 meters rather than 3. That's correct, Mr. Hurlovich, right?
Well, the road allowance, but the pavement width could be some distance away from that.
Right. So it'll still be green space, similar to your front yard where you have the town road allowance, but you still mow it and you take care of it as your
Now,
yard.
there was an email that I received, I gave to the CAO, and I gave to the mayor, and there was some questions in there about how we got where we are with this foundation, and I'm wondering if CAO can answer the questions that were on that in that email. There were several questions about how this happened or that happened or where this was changed, because my understanding was when we approved the site plan for that development, that was the setback for Repstock Road on, I guess it was Block 1. But now what happened here is they came back, and I guess staff is saying now that the side yard setback, we changed the side yard setback so it didn't apply to the subdivision. Now, I know that we did make some changes to side yard setbacks for new subdivisions. And I was with the understanding that those side yard setbacks were for that subdivision. And that subdivision had to comply with their site plan, and any changes to in the future to side yard setbacks didn't affect that subdivision. They still have to agree to their site plan agreement. And that was part of the email. One of the questions in the email is how does this not apply, or something to that effect. So if the CAO and Mr. Hurlowich can provide me with the answers to those questions, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, Mr. McQueen, Mr. Hurlovich, I'm sure you can either provide a response to inquiry or send an email to all the council to address those concerns. I think that might be best in the
I think
circumstance.
it's a larger explanation than I can provide off the cuff, but I'm familiar with the property that Councillor's speaking to, and I can confer with our chief building official tomorrow and try and put that all together for you.
Much appreciated, Mr. Hurlovich. Was there anything else, Councillor Lubberts? Okay. Councillor McDermott?
Yeah, I just want to add that, I was informed of one that reconveyance that we did just recently that has just occurred in Crystal Beach, and I was talking to the proponent today. So, sometimes we get left at the gate on things, and it's admitting that you're left at the gate. It's a my bad, right? So, at least now I understand what I can speak to them about it. I just find that sometimes things get lost in the mix, and people come and people go, and people come and people go, and this is what happens sometimes. So I understand it, but I also understand that with these mistakes, are people that are developing things, it's going to cost them more money to kind of regroup as they're giving it back if they haven't already put in their foundations, right? So I think that, admitting that, it's an issue we have to deal with and be responsive to, and just make sure that people that have already had enough troubles in getting developments through, get them through. And so, I understand what we're going through, and I appreciate having time with Mr. McQueen today, who explained to me how we're going to move forward with it, and I certainly appreciated the effort that he's put into it in a very short period of time.
Thank you, Councillor McDermott. Any other new business inquiries anyone wants to raise this evening? So I'm seeing none. Any questions or comments regarding the business status report, Your Worship?
Yes, on the business status report, the third item down, which is scheduled for July the 11th, relates to 015-850 Rebstock Road recommendation report. Is that the parcel that's adjacent to the Crystal Ridge Park, by any chance? Or is that a different location on Rebstock Road?
Mr. Hurlovich?
Hopefully. It's the third item on the business status report, the Rebstock Road recommendation report.
Yeah, 0-15850 Rebstock Road. I think the mayor is asking so that we prepare ourselves for the evening.
Okay, and are these, I see the I see the one on Pettit Road is tentative. If it's not marked tentative, then staff is confident that they'll have these reports available? Okay, should be fun.
Any other questions or comments about the business status report? So I'm seeing none, so I hand the chair back to you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dubanow. Last week was infrastructure services, and I got that. So I'm looking at Councillor Noyes. I'm thinking that it's Councillor Noyes. I'm so used to Councillor Lubberts being infrastructure services, but now it's Councillor Noyes. So I'm handing the chair to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Infrastructure Services is now open. We do have two delegations and presentations, a Tim Barrow, 348 Cambridge Road West, regarding the traffic and parking report, IS-19 2022. Okay, so is it Tim Barrow or is it Jean Cartier? Okay, well then that's, the first one's supposed to be Tim Barrow. Okay, so then we'll go to the second one, which is Jean Cartier, Vice President and CDO, Principal of Paradigm Transportation Solution Limited, regarding the 2022 Neighborhood Traffic Calming Policy Report, IS-19 2022, and 2021 Rural Road Speed Limit Study, Report IS-20-2022.
Great, thank you very much. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
I see heads nodding, so that's a good sign. I'm going to take the opportunity to share my screen. I have a presentation to run through with you this evening. We'll quickly go through that. It's basically a summary of the report that is in front of you this evening, the administrative report that's been prepared by town staff. So thank you very much for the opportunity to present this evening. As mentioned, my name is Jean Charchin with Paradigm Transportation Solutions Limited. We've been retained to assist the town with the traffic calming policy update project. So our work on the project involved an update to the neighborhood traffic management policy. And the goal of the work was to align the town's policy with best practices, considering both the local context of Fort Erie as we were working through the traffic management policy update and available resources that existed, particularly an update to the what is called the Canadian Guide to Traffic Calming. The document was recently updated, and a number of municipalities across the province and across the country are in the process of updating their traffic calming policies and practices to reflect the latest guidance that's provided by the updated best practice document. So the work that we've done has done some review and development of warrant process and a toolkit of strategies, measures, designs, engagement, and public education for the purposes of updating the town's traffic calming policy. Now, by way of information, the current neighborhood traffic management policy that was adopted by town council in 1999 contemplated a three-stage process with 60% of neighborhood support needed to move forward with a neighborhood traffic management plan. The existing policy, owing to the fact that it was based on a previous version of the Canadian Guide to Traffic Calming, which had a much smaller set of traffic calming measures available for municipalities to reference, only included 19 different types of traffic calming measures. And really, most of them were in what we would call the category of traffic management. Things like stop signs, speed limit reductions, turning movement restrictions, things of that nature. And the process that the town invoked for the purposes of considering a neighborhood traffic management plan was a rather rigorous assessment process, specifically for the vertical deflection type of measures. So those are the humps and bumps that you would probably know them that way. And they comprise both primary and secondary criteria that we're rather strident to be able to secure approval to implement the vertical traffic calming measure within the town. So we set about to review the policy There's a fairly thorough review of the existing practice that the town has been using for the last 20 years. And started off with a best practices review. So we considered what other municipalities in the province are doing, as well as the best available guidance. And typically it was, for the most part, it involved the updated Canadian Guide to Traffic Calming. We then developed a series of what we call a traffic calming measures toolkit. That really was the list of potential measures, and we worked with town staff in looking at what seemed to be reasonable and appropriate for application in Fort Erie. Then we spent some time working on policy revisions that could then be incorporated into the document. I did some consultation with key stakeholders, the public and the traffic coordinating committee. Developed a public education toolkit, and there will be a pilot study as referenced in the admin report from staff that would follow the council's adoption, assuming what is presented this evening is acceptable. So I think first and foremost, the important sort of distinction that we're making at this time is we're suggesting to rename the document the Neighborhood Traffic Calming Policy to reflect that the document will focus solely on traffic calming measures, and that currently the document also addresses requests for all-way stops. And given the fact that that is typically not considered a traffic calming measure, more of a traffic management measure, that the town would deal with those under a separate process. So the updated policy contemplates 6 chapters. So we have a chapter that talks about the introductions to the policy scope, how the policy is applied and where it is applied. Talk about how the public and stakeholders are involved in the process. Talk about the implementation process itself, and that's probably the most, I guess I would say, significant chapter in the report in terms of laying out the procedure that the town would follow for addressing requests for traffic calming measures from residents. Chapter 5 talks a little bit about the traffic calming measures, but basically references you to the toolkit that's an appendix to the report. And finally, gives some guidance around the use of regulatory signs. Now, the policy scope itself is really intended to be transparent in a standardized process for addressing resident concerns about vehicle speeds and or traffic volumes. The process is very much neighborhood driven and focused. Really, it is initiated through a resident request, and it would include a typical engagement protocol that's captured in the policy. There's a methodology and criteria to assess and prioritize locations for traffic calming. As well as I mentioned, there's toolkits for traffic calming measures, as well as we've provided a few public engagement techniques as part of a toolkit. And then finally, there's this post-installation monitoring and evaluation process that's integral to the overall policy. Now, our recommendation around the application of the policy is that the town first look at the use of what are called non-physical traffic calming measures, so something that would typically be considered to be education or enforcement, before contemplating more physical measures or changes to the roadway. For example, things like speed cushions or speed humps, lane narrowing, or pavement markings. The policy would be restricted to the application on local and collector roads in residential neighborhoods within the town's 4 urban areas. Basically, there are no arterial roads under town jurisdiction, so it would apply basically to all roads within those residential neighborhoods. What we're recommending is that before actually considering permanent installation of a traffic calming plan, that there be a trial conducted for up to 24 months, just to make sure that the proposed measures are eliciting the proper effect or what is desired to be achieved through the implementation of traffic calming, and that no adverse consequences occur as a result of the application of those traffic calming measures. Also gives you a chance to adjust the measures or make slight tweaks, try to make them more effective or take away some potential concerns. And finally, there's a protocol for the removal of permanent traffic calming measures, because sometimes over time, things will change in a neighborhood or a community, and the traffic calming measures as originally contemplated are no longer serving the intended purpose. So there's the ability for neighborhood residents to add if there's 50% plus 1 support to be able to move forward with removal of permanent measures, or if the town concludes through, in most cases, it would be some sort of study that the measures are ineffective, a safety risk, or are causing unintended consequences, that they should be removed. Now, as mentioned, stakeholder and public participation is an integral part of the neighborhood traffic calming study process. And it's recognized that there's no one single method to engaging with residents in the community, that there would likely be, depending on the circumstances or the community, that there would be a range of different community involvement and communication tools used. However, one thing that's going to sort of be, I think, an underlying aspect of whatever the town goes forward with in terms of communication is the use of the Let's Talk Fort Erie engagement portal as sort of the basis for, as you're using on, I think, pretty much most of your town projects these days, as the primary portal to engage people as projects go along. And then there will be in the involvement of the other town departments, external agencies, and interested groups in the process, but the process would be largely driven by infrastructure services. Now, the implementation process chapter lays out an 8-step study process that can be initiated by either residents or council. There is a series of screening criteria that would be applied initially to determine if the street is a candidate for physical traffic calming measures. Once it's confirmed that it meets sort of this initial threshold or the initial bar, then there would be a more formal technical assessment and criteria to determine the initiation of the plan development, and then also using those same criteria to prioritize installations, recognizing that the town may not have sufficient resources in 1 year to be able to implement all the plans. So there is often a need to prioritize the installation of traffic calming measures. There would be resident and stakeholder engagement throughout the process, as we've mentioned. As I said, it's pretty fundamental and an underpinning of the overall process. And then there's the process also talks about how to go about approval and implementation. So as illustrated in the report as well as in the policy, I'm not going to get into talking about each one of these little colored boxes, but suffice to say there's a sort of a well-articulated process for the town staff as well as council to follow through in the consideration of requests for traffic calming. And there are a number of decision points. And this is, I think, one of the key changes sort of from what exists today in terms of the role of the traffic coordinating committee. Currently, the traffic coordinating committee plays a number of different roles, both in terms of considering requests, making the decision to proceed with traffic calming studies, things of that nature. And by amending the process as being proposed, the traffic coordinating committee's role will become more of a sort of a decision-making or a recommendation body to council at various stages to be able to proceed through the process. So there's 3 decision points where the traffic coordinating committee would be involved in the study process as contemplated, as well as there'd be 2 decision points for town council. And both of those occur principally at budget time, where council will be requested to approve funding for trial and permanent installation of a traffic calming plan. So as I mentioned, there's a traffic calming toolkit. We break the measures into a series of different categories. So sort of the vertical deflection ones, or the humps and bumps that people typically refer to them as. There's the horizontal deflection category, which causes the vehicle to move sort of left to right within the roadway, which causes the driver to slow down or adjust their course. There's roadway narrowing, which has been shown to have a positive effect on vehicle speeds as well. Surface treatments and pavement markings to help support other measures, as well as access restrictions where there's a significant, say, cut through traffic issue that needs to be addressed. And finally, the category of education and enforcement. So there are 37 potential traffic calming measures that are identified in the toolkit. We've grouped them into 9 different categories, consistent with the guidance that's provided by the Canadian Guide to Traffic Calming. And in the report, in the toolkit component, there's the detailed description information about the applicability benefits and the things to take into consideration when you're considering the various traffic calming measures. So we have a page like this for each different type of measure that's in the toolkit. Now, as I mentioned, there's a section about the use of regulatory signs. And the policy as constructed recommends that the town not use regulatory signs solely for the purpose of traffic calming. And there's a variety of reasons for that that I won't necessarily get into the details of, but suffice to say the use of all-way stops, speed limit signs by themselves, and turn movement restrictions by themselves have limited long-term effectiveness and do require, in many cases, ongoing enforcement for them to be effective longer term. And there are guidance, warrants, and analysis that exist and is recommended through provincial guidance, namely the Ontario Traffic Manual, for their application and to determine their usage. So as part of the development and update of the policy, we sought input from the public to provide feedback on the draft traffic calming policy. So it was published on the Let's Talk for Erie portal from March 28th to April 26th. We did have a number of people view the page. So there are 34 of what we call engaged participants who completed a survey and or contributed ideas on the website. There were a series of folks that we would call informed. So they visited multiple pages and or multiple downloaded documents. And there was 122 people that just visited the project page. Now, from the consultation results, here we've sort of gleaned a few key points from what we've heard from participants. So what we found was that most folks supported the proposed policy, almost unanimously. More than half strongly indicated support for the proposed policy. Many indicated that proper enforcement would be critical to the effectiveness of the various traffic calming measures, which is often a common statement that we hear. It's also one of the sort of advantages of physical traffic calming measures is that they can be more self-enforcing. So that's an important consideration as well. We also asked participants about their comments on the traffic calming process. Most, as you can see, had no concern. A few did note that it might be too long in terms of the process, and we certainly appreciate that. There's no intention to protract the process for any undue reason. But what we found from our experience with other communities is that there does need to be a well-defined process so that people on both sides, in many cases, of the matter, have the opportunity to participate and offer their comments. And what we find is that sometimes it may be a little bit long, but tends to gain better community awareness and support. We also asked people about the minimum support that was required. So what the policy sets out that there needs to be, to move forward with a traffic calming plan, there needs to be a minimum of 60% of the individuals who return a ballot to be supporting of the proposed traffic calming plan. And you have to have at least 25% of the eligible households respond. And most people felt that that was a reasonable level of support to justify moving forward with a traffic calming plan. And we did receive a number of suggested locations for the application of traffic calming measures. Here are just a few examples of the streets within Fort Erie that respondents indicated an interest in seeing traffic calming move forward. So the recommendations that are before you this evening for consideration, there's a few of them. I'll just quickly run through them. They are articulated in the administration report, but just as a summary. So one is that we recommend that you focus the policy on traffic calming solely, including renaming the traffic to the neighborhood traffic calming policy, that the all-way stop policy and procedure be removed from the document, and that the municipality apply the guidance that is provided in Ontario Traffic Manual Book 5, that any outdated references to legislation be removed, which we've done with the new policy, that the new process is more consistent and objective for responding to citizens' requests, that we identify a broader range of suitable municipality-wide traffic calming measures as opposed to the limited set of techniques that were previously identified, and that we update this list and application guidance based on the most current edition of the TAC, Canadian Guide to Traffic Calming, as we've done in the document. That an evaluation system be provided that identifies candidate streets and prioritizes for implementation, that there be an engagement process that allows for people to be involved consistently, effectively, and meaningfully in the process. We modified the existing evaluation and monitoring process to measure the effectiveness after implementation, including guidance for new subdivisions, which is a really, I think, an important aspect. I know that there are a number of new development areas within the town, and as opposed to allowing a problem to create, you sort of nip it in the bud before it happens. And then finally, define post-installation evaluation methods and a process for the removal of traffic calming measures. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I return it to you or the chair of the committee for if there are any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cartier. Any comments or questions from council? Mayor Redekop?
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation and the excellent study. And I did have a question, though, in terms of the screening criteria. These traffic calming measures will only apply to roads that are posted at 50 kilometers an hour or less?
Mr. Cartier?
That is correct in terms of the way in which the policy is structured at this time.
So what about an area where the speed limit is 60 kilometers, but it's in a heavily populated neighborhood?
Mr. Cartier?
Through the chair to the mayor. So obviously the opportunity to consider those requests still exists. Typically what we find is in most cases, traffic calming is applied on roadways that are 50 kilometers per hour or less. And what it would likely envision if you were looking at a roadway at 60 kilometers per hour, it may contemplate a different consideration or range of traffic calming measures because not all are well suited to higher speed roads.
Right. So all of the, if I might, Madam Chair, all of the local roads in the built-up populated areas would typically be 50 kilometers or less. We do have some regional roads that run through some of our urban areas. And do you know if the region has a traffic calming policy?
Mr. Cartier?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the mayor, I am not aware of the region of Niagara's policy with regards to speed management. A number of upper tier municipalities in Ontario are currently contemplating changes to their speed management policies in response to sort of growing concerns about traffic issues. But unfortunately, I'm not aware of the current practices of the region of Niagara.
Regardless, if I might, Madam Chair, would you recommend that this be a document or report that we share with Region Niagara, since they do have some roads, as I said, that do go through some of our urban areas?
Through you, Madam Chair, I would certainly recommend sharing it with them. Typically, though, the practices and the types of measures that you would contemplate on arterial roadways would be typically a subset of the broad range of measures that we have proposed for use on town roads, because there are certain measures that would not be appropriate for use on an arterial roadway. Largely the sort of the humps and bumps types of the vertical deflection measures are typically not supported because in many cases the regional roads serve a broad variety of purposes. So it has to be used with care from that perspective.
Right, and yeah, the only reason I would raise that is because they do have some 50 kilometer zones that do go through heavily populated areas, and one road in particular, which I frequent almost daily, has two 50 kilometer zones at each end, 60 kilometers adjacent to that, leading to a 70 kilometer speed limit, which is the bulk of the road. And frequently people will go 70 kilometers an hour or less and then maintain that speed right through the 50 and the 60. And, so I do think it would be helpful if we could at least coordinate with them. And there are some educational aspects of the policy that you've outlined that I think could be utilized as well, both by the municipality and the region. I think is that Is that something that's a reasonable contemplation?
Mr. Cartier?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the Mayor, I think the more that the programs can be coordinated between the various levels of government, I think are certainly advantageous. As I said, one of the challenges typically the regional municipalities have in terms of their road networks being arterial roads is that they tend to carry a broader range of traffic. And so some measures may not, as I mentioned, may not be the most appropriate for their use, but there are particular aspects, though, that I think would be suitable. When we do these sorts of policies for, say, for example, single-tier municipalities who have arterial roads under their jurisdiction, we typically will identify a subset of the measures for application on arterial roads. So it's not a foreign concept for the application of traffic calming measures on arterial roads, but the types of tools, the toolbox is a little bit tighter.
Thank you.
Redekop, anything further? Any other comments or questions? Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you very much for your presentation. On one of your slides, you were mentioning that some of the comments was it takes too long of a period. I'm assuming they were talking about the slide you had that showed the process, the steps that you take for each, like council on this. Can you get that slide back up? You know which one I'm talking about, I think.
Yep, I know exactly which one you're talking about. I think. Hopefully I'm right. Let me share here. Just give me one moment. Is that the one, Councillor?
Oh, yes. Now, how long does that take from start to finish on average?
On average, yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair, to the councillor. So there's various sort of pause points in the process. So the process from the beginning of receiving the request, doing the screening, doing the technical assessment, are sort of dependent on town staff's availability. And I would probably turn that question to Mr. Walsh, once I'm sort of done in terms of their ability to be able to sort of manage that side of the process. The group of ones in sort of the gray in the middle, that process we find can take a short period of time. We've done other ones in, say, like in a couple of months. Sometimes it might take longer depending on, there's been situations where we've used this process to develop a traffic calming plan using sort of these gray boxes of where we get the neighborhood input. We develop the conceptual plan, we present the plan, and then we trial. But sometimes what will happen is that we will iterate through that process a few times, depending on sort of the community response to the initial plan. So if everybody is on board with the plan, there's full support for it. We don't have to do any iterations. That typically is a couple months to 4 month type of process. And then it's then just a matter of how long the implementation takes. So it's a very difficult question to give you a firm answer in terms of the timeline. I would guess that somewhere, from the very low end to getting something implemented is like, 8 to 9 months to up to a couple of years, depending on how extensive the engagement is and the involvement. I know we just finished a few of these studies for the city of Peterborough, and we did them, in like 8 months type of thing. So if the ability and the staff time is available, they can be done in a relatively expeditious is dependent on your interpretation, but they're not overly extensive timelines, but again, depends on staff availability and time to be able to complete the process.
Councillor Lubberts. Mr. Walsh, did you want to weigh in on that? Because he kind of directed that you may have something to add.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. As per Jean's comments, it can take a short amount of time or a long amount of time. For instance, if a request comes in October and we have no data on the road and we find it's maybe a viable candidate, we can't get the base data until the next year, next spring at the earliest. So there's 6 to 8 months killed doing nothing essentially on the time frame, and from that it can take up to probably another year. So now we're looking at 18 months. At the earliest, if the request comes in at the wrong time. And again, it's subject to budget availability. If we get a lot of requests, it's going to take some time to sort through.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. Councillor Lubberts? Any further comments or questions? I have one. I noticed that in your report you talked about that it should be 24 months before something becomes permanent. What happens in a situation where there's major road reconstruction happening, and that would probably be the more appropriate time to do it? Let's say they've met the criteria and there's public input, et cetera, and they want like a raised crosswalk, and we're redoing the road. Where do you sit on that? Because if we're redoing the road, that's a good time to put in some of the traffic calming. But if we have to do it temporarily for 24 months, obviously the road's going to be completed.
So we're kind of morphing into questions on the report itself rather than to Gene, but I'll jump in here. In that case, if we know we've got a traffic calming measure in place on a temporary basis on the trial, and we can tell probably within the first 12 months. We discussed the timing during the report development about how long to leave this in, and our goal with the 24 months was to get two full summers or 2 full seasons in of the trial. But if it's working well and we can tell right away, and we do have a road construction coming up, it'll be incorporated.
Okay, that's the answer I was looking for. Thank you. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, Mr. Cartier, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
And we're going to now have a break until 9. Session? Okay. Infrastructure Services is back in session. That brings us to reports. First report is IS 19-2022, the 2022 Neighborhood Traffic Calming Policy. Do I have a mover? Any comments or questions? Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And just a quick comment. I'm very happy that this report is before us tonight to approve this policy. I've been quite keen on seeing something like this happen throughout the term. I know, Councillor Noyes, you raised this as the notice of motion. I think it's something all of council is on board with. I was particularly pleased with how the report outlined how, you know, if you actually want to calm traffic and actively slow vehicles down to improve safety, just putting up signs won't do that. Individuals typically drive at the speed that they're comfortable driving at. That's typically road design dependent. And, you know, it seems to be a very popular thing. You see a lot of municipalities just doing blanket, you know, speed limit reductions, hoping it'll improve safety, but without putting the shovels in the ground and actually altering the roads to alter driver behavior, you're not going to accomplish much other than thinking you accomplished something when it really doesn't do anything at all. So I'm thrilled to see this. I'll be supporting it this evening. I know many residents in Ward 2, particularly in Garrison Village, with the two collector roads that we have go through there, and the transitions they make from rural to kind of the community neighborhood, they're going to be very, very happy to see that we can do something about this. So I will be voting in favor, Councillor Noyes, and I'm looking forward to its adoption. Thank you very much.
Any further comments or questions? Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just going back with the presentation that was there and then the report itself. How long is, I see we're going to approve a bylaw for a traffic calming policy. And then there's going to be some time to implement certain things. But it did say on that chart that he showed on the steps that you take, at one point there was council approval and then budget approval. And I'm just wondering if Mr. Walsh, maybe he can comment on, do we need to put some monies aside for some things that might be implemented that are on the books now, or do we need to consider something in the report to have some monies put aside for next year's budget?
Mr. Walsh?
In the
Through you,
Yeah.
Madam Chair. In the financial and staffing implications of the admin report, I am recommending we do set aside funding every year for the implementation of projects in that year. They may not be specifically identified yet, but if we have the funding in place, we're looking at $25,000 or $35,000 typically for an installation. Some may require a little more, but that'll allow us to, through a simple report of the administration coming back to this council, let us fly without any need for any extra funding in year.
Councillor Lubberts?
Yes, thank you very much. So maybe Mr. Jansen might want to make a note for next year's budget when he's talking with his staff and their deliberations for some extra money over to Mr. Welsh. Here we go. He seems to get it all. Jonathan, you're going to loosen up your pockets.
Thank you, Councillor Lubberts. I'm gonna move on. Anything further? Mayor Redekop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The first question I had is, there's a reference on page 7 to the need for a full-time employee, and I'm just wondering whether it might be possible to contract that type of work with respect to traffic calming.
Mr. Walsh?
Through you, Madam Chair, certainly that position can be contracted. There'll be a report coming further in July with respect to staffing of infrastructure services. Robert Judd's the author of this report. He has a tremendous workload under him with not only just reports through this, studies that we undertake periodically, financial work he has to do with Jonathan's group. He really does need some help. This position that I'm recommending is not only for traffic calming, which I think will be a full-time job for the next 3 or 4 years at least, but when there's lulls in that process, that person can step over and assist Rob with other studies. So traffic calming can be contracted out, but I don't recommend it.
Mayor Redekop?
Yeah, no, that's fine, and I suppose that will be something that we can discuss further on. And I'm glad that Mr. Walsh mentioned Mr. Judd, who's here. He's the only person that was doing any work for you apparently this past couple of months, because these are all his reports. And they were all very well done, I must say. So congratulations, Mr. Judd, and thank you. The other question I had relative to some of the things that we can do in the meantime, such as sign displays. Do we have any sign speed display devices?
I can answer part of that. Yes, we do. We have one that tells you how fast you're going, what the speed limit is and how fast you're going. Too much. I don't think we've implemented, but I think we have one. But Mr. Walsh?
We have two, I believe. We ordered them last fall. They're sign mounted or telephone pole mounted. They display your speed. On top of that, they record the data, volume, time, speed that we can download and use in our analysis of issues as well. They're quite smart.
So we have them. They're quite smart. Are we planning on using them?
I think that's the plan. Mr. Walsh, is there any?
That's the smartest part of it. We are planning on using it.
And do we have any timeline when that might occur?
Well, I do know that we have a traffic coordinating committee meeting this Wednesday. I would imagine that'll be part of the agenda.
It is on the agenda, but the short answer is as soon as possible. We've identified a number of streets, Gene did in his proposal as well, that are high traffic or high request areas. So that's the plan.
Yes, and I'm sure there's no shortage of streets that would like to have that.
Mayor Redekop?
Yes, so in terms of the report itself, there are a couple of areas that talk about community involvement, consultation, public engagement. And I know that there were 39 people that participated in surveys, and that's great. And that may be a large number for this type of exercise. But there are two things that I'm concerned about. The first is that I think this report should go to the region, because the region and the municipality should be collaborating on traffic calming in certain areas. So I'd like to move an amendment that that council direct staff to forward a copy of this report to Niagara Region and engage regional staff in coordinating traffic calming measures in Fort Erie.
Any questions on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor? The amendment carries. Anything further, Mayor Redekop?
And the second thing that I'd like council to consider, this has been a long time in the making, and we're going to require funds to implement some of the more important trial installations. And while we're doing that, I don't think we lose very much if we give the public an opportunity to take a look at the actual policy. So I'm thinking that we should be passing the receipt of the report for information purposes, send this on to the region, but that we should defer the last two to July 11th to allow the town to put this on our web page, Let's Talk Fort Erie, and see if we can get some further engagement, because the last thing I want is for us to go through this type of exercise, which I think is a very good exercise. It's certainly long in the coming. I thought Mr. Chartier's presentation was excellent. I think his study is excellent. The report that Mr. Judge prepared is excellent. I just don't want to be not taking full opportunity to engage the public on a policy that they're going to be utilizing to inform us of concerns that they have. So I think I'll wait until there are other speakers, if there are any, before I move that we defer the last two items to July the 11th to give an opportunity for the town to get this out into the public and solicit any further feedback that we might want.
Just to that end, I put it on my Facebook on Stevensville, and I've had, within a day, I had 13 responses.
So we don't need to really then advertise. Yeah, no, so I think that provides, so people are interested in this, and we've heard no end of complaints about speeding, and so, yeah. So I'll wait, though, in case there's any other comments.
Any further comments or questions? Councillor Zanko?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Mr. Welch. Just a question with regard to, and I know we spoke about this earlier too, but the roads that were identified in here. I don't know if I confirmed this earlier during our conversation, but will those residents, will they need to still come forward to infrastructure staff to initiate this process again, or do we already have that and we're understanding that those roads have been identified already?
Mr. Walsh?
Through you, Madam Chair, the second paragraph of page 7 lists those roads that are high priority right now. Our first steps in those is, without further solicitation, is to gather data on them and actually see if there is a problem. And I think if there is a problem, then I think it's in the interest of the residents to start following the process.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything further, Councillor Zanko?
Actually, so I know a number of those residents have reached out to your staff already. For example, Crescent Road, we'll use Crescent Road. Will your staff be following up with them to get them started with the process?
Thank you. I think there will be some follow-up. I'm not sure what that is right now, but I think it's in everybody's best interest if we do that.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, the last thing I want is, and I think this is a great study as well. I'm so happy we're moving forward with it, but I'm nervous that a resident's going to call me in 2 months and say, what happened with Crescent Road, and then it gets dropped. Thanks.
Any other comments or questions? I have one for Mr. Walsh. Mr. Walsh, I did mention it to you earlier today, is that there is some things that there is some funding available for 2022, that there are some things that we can do this year.
Our current operating budget does have a line item for items emanating from Transportation Coordinating Committee. So depending on the magnitude of the issue, yes, there may be something we can do.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments or questions? Now we're, Mayor Redekop, you wanted to take out the last two that's?
Right, so I would move that we defer the last two recommendations to July the 11th to provide staff an opportunity to put the report on our web page and Let's Talk 40 to solicit further public input.
Any comments or questions on the amendment? Or the deferral, I guess? Seeing none, all those in favor of deferring the last two that's? That carries. So that brings us back to the report and the first that we received, the neighborhood traffic report for information purposes. Any comments or questions on that? Seeing none, all those in favor? The report carries. That brings us to report number IS 20.
Sorry, Madam Chair, we have to deal with the amendment as well.
Okay. Okay, but do with the next two that it be deferred to July 11th, 2022.
No, we've already done that. Remember, I moved an amendment that we send this to the region.
Oh,
so that has to be done.
I did forget that one. Okay. The amendment that we send this to the region, on any comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment carries that we send this to the region. Now we'll put it back on the floor, I guess, as at the amended report.
We're done.
Okay, we don't have to
Done.
go back to that one?
We're
since
done.
Okay, we're done. Good. That brings us to IS 20-2022, the 2021 Rural Road Speed Limit Study. Moved by Councillor Dubanow. Any comments or questions? Mayor Redekop.
I just had one observation. I'm going to support this. The one observation is that, interestingly enough, more than half of the roads that they looked at had speed limits that the consultant felt were inaccurately signed. In other words, the speed limit was too low. There were 4 that the consultant felt the speed was signed too high. So we're getting a recommendation that the 4 that are too high be reduced, and the other 16, oh well, you still have to go slower than they think we should be. So I'm just wondering what the rationale was. Why wouldn't they recommend a change in the 16, which was more than half of the roads that they looked at?
Mr. Walsh?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This goes towards driver expectations, not so much behavior, but expectations. I think the easiest analogy to give is if there's a 4-way stop and we were to take out 2 legs of those stops so that one street became a through street and you still had the stop on the opposites. While there's a 4-way stop in place, there is an expectation of drivers that everybody's going to stop at that. It's always been a 4-way stop, and it's always been there, and everybody stops all the time. Now, if you take two stop signs out, make one a through road, the street with the stop signs, the drivers will approach it, they will stop, and because they've been in the habit of waiting for the other cars to come to a stop for years and years and years, they will, how's this go? They will be expecting the other car to stop, and they may pull out into traffic, even though the other car is not going to stop because it doesn't have a stop sign anymore. So it's managing driver expectation. Again, these are rural roads, so if you're out in the country and a road is arbitrarily set at a lower speed limit as it is right now, say it's 60, but it should be a 70, when you're pulling out onto that road, when the cars travel faster now because we've raised the speed limit, your decision time, this is a technical term for the engineers here, your decision time is much less, and it can lead to accidents in the first few years. So it's easier to leave it as is rather than raise it to the appropriate limit. It's driver expectations.
Mayor Redekop?
Yeah, no, and that kind of follows what is in the report in terms of the rationale for not. It says the relationship between speed and frequency outcomes of collisions, relationship between speed and injury severity. Slowing motor vehicles give all road users more time to react to unexpected conditions and help avoid collisions. But that seems to me a justification to reduce the speeds everywhere. So why point out that we think you could be going faster here, but these are the reasons why we're going to keep the speed limit where it is. It's, I think what happens, and I believe that people drive at the speed they think is safe in many respects. And the problem, and you will monitor what you think is safe, having regard to what the speed limit is. But just to use my previous vignette, on Dominion Road, you can leave Ridgeway and people will want to go 60 in the 50. Then they'll get to the 70 and they want to go 70. And then they'll get to the 60 at the other end and they want to go 70. And then they'll go through the 50 going 70. There's no rhyme or reason to it. So I suppose the moral of the story is try to abide by the speed limit. And if you don't, hope that the police aren't there.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, yeah. And anyways, no, I'm going to support this report. I just found that an interesting anomaly in the report. Thank you, Chair. Sorry for rambling. Yeah.
That was actually discussed at the Traffic Coordinating Committee back, I think, in February or last year. We did discuss that, and the consultant was very strong, and you don't really want to increase the speed limit because it'll cause the same problems that Mr. Welsh was explaining, that it's best to, but before you start setting new speed limits for other roads that you may be constructing that take all the issues and other criteria into consideration. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of the report? Report carries. That brings us to report number IS 21-2022, Douglastown Third Access Pre-Design Review. Mayor Redekop?
I'll move it, and then can I speak to it?
You can speak to it.
Yeah, I found this an interesting report, and I kept looking at the recommendations, and I kept looking at the options, and I kept thinking that even widening Baker Road doesn't really address what I think is the problem, and the problem is that we've got a fairly built-up area, which is going to become even more built up, particularly in view of the fact that we've got 2 more subdivisions, or half of one subdivision, a whole new subdivision of, I don't know how many units, close to 300 units, I think, being proposed. And this is an area that, so I tried to think about other built-up areas in town. This would be like having 2 points of access and egress in Crescent Park, or Thunder Bay, or Crystal Beach. And it's problematic, I think, going down the road. I'm thinking that, again, this is a report that the public should have an opportunity to look at and provide some feedback. And I'm thinking that this is such an important issue that there should be a public meeting. We should have a public meeting at one of our council meetings specifically on this report, so that if people in the neighborhood want to provide us with their advice, they'd be given that opportunity. Simply because this is a very important issue, and it's only going to get worse as this area develops. So that's what's kind of floating around in my mind right now. I've looked at all the various alternatives. The alternative that would be easily implemented is the one that runs from River Trail over to, or Black Creek Road, River Trail through to Netherby. The problem is that's not where most of the growth is taking place. There will be some growth in the north portion of Signature, whatever that development is called. Those people, they're going to have easy access to Netherby Road regardless. It's the people at the south end of Douglastown that I have great concern about, and funneling them all through essentially Baker Road. And so that's my concern right now. I'll hold off to hear what other councillors have to say, but I do believe that the public needs an opportunity to have some input in this.
Councillor Dubanow?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and I actually agree with what His Worship was raising, that this is a very important issue. It's, we have amazing staff. They do amazing work. They advocate for this municipality, but when you have Netherby Road as part of the controlled access component to the QEW and through there, it really limits some of the more obvious options that we could utilize. And as much as our staff do a really good job of moving mountains, you can holler at the MTO 10 ways to sideways, and I don't think they're going to change their opinion on what constitutes a controlled access leg of road there. Maybe I'm wrong. It's just my own experience with dealing with the MTO and entrance permits. It is very tedious. I agree with the mayor. I think if it's council's will to postpone this for a public meeting, I'm good with that. I just wonder if, some of the more expensive options are, the river crossings over to Switch Road. I don't know if, maybe we get some public input. It's maybe it's something we should start squirreling some money away for, because I think that would make sense, at least at the south end, Shagbark Lane and through there. It's anytime you're dealing with a bridge or overpass, it's going to get really expensive for the engineering and the actual construction costs. So I think one way or another, this is going to be a difficult, not impossible, but it's going to be a difficult challenge for council. And I certainly would like to hear from residents, because there's a few different ways we can do this here, but I don't live in the neighborhood. I don't know what the best, how the traffic moves. I mean, it all goes through Baker Road there. Do most people go to the QEW? Do they go south on the QEW north? There's a lot of input we can glean from the residents who live in the area. But man, that QEW interchange there is really, we ran into issues like that in Ward 2 with businesses that were within the zone there. It always presents issues anytime the MTO is involved, and it's really unfortunate that some of the more obvious options are just, at least as far as the MTO is concerned, off the table. So I'll support that to put this off to get a public meeting, and I just wanted to share those comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Walsh, did you want to comment on this?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. First, we have Carrie Fellows in the waiting room, the Zoom waiting room. She's the author of the report. If we have any questions, we would like to direct to her. But the administrative report is recommending that a municipal class environmental assessment study be undertaken on this project. And within that study itself, there are two mandatory points of public contact, an introduction open house, and then another open house once we have evaluated all of the alternatives. The scope of this report was very high level to see kind of what floats and what doesn't at this time. When we go through the Class EA, I would expect that all of the issues we've looked at, which include new access to Netherby through the southern development, will be examined again. So I'm not recommending deferral at this time, although we're not asking for the funding until budget time. We don't have the capacity to start the study right now, so a deferral is not really going to hurt anything, but I'd just like to remind council that there are mandatory points of public interaction through the Class EA process.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Mayor Redekop, did you want to?
Yeah, I forgot the second prong of my my approach to this, and that is we are going to be going to the Association of Municipalities of Ontario conference in August. We are trying to set up a meeting with the Minister of Municipal Affairs and the Municipal of Infrastructure. Not with this in mind, but certainly now that this has come forward, those are two ministers that I think we should speak to. I think it would be important if we could have a sense of what the residents are thinking as well, because, you know, the growth and development that's taking place in Douglastown is a symptom of the growth and development that's taking place across the province. We're being allocated certain amounts of population in Niagara. This is growth that's occurring, and it may be that the Ministry of Transportation has their policy book. We've dealt with the ministry before, and it is not easy. It is frustrating, but I'm thinking that we're at a point where looking at that interchange and looking at the distance between the off-ramp and Baker Road, surely to goodness, even if there was signalization, there's got to be a way that this can be dealt with so that we have safe access and egress from growing neighborhoods. So that was the other part, that we have a public meeting, but that we also, when we go to AMO, raise this as an issue with everyone, and up to and including, if we get a chance, the Premier. You know, he's the ultimate person who is pushing for growth. So let's clear the rails so that we can do that safely.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. And just to add to that, two things that are going to be happening in this area beside the development is that Black Creek Road is going to be closed for a short period of time because we have to replace a bridge on Black Creek Road, and then it's going to be closed. Then Black Creek Road is going to be closed again for a significant length of time. We're talking probably 3 to 4 months on the Parkway, when they're going to replace the bridge on the Parkway. So this is an issue that's going to really test the residents there. If anything happens on Baker Road, they're going to be basically stuck until the problem goes away. Thank you. Any other further comments or questions? Seeing none, we're going to defer it.
So I need to move then. So I'm going to move that we defer the report so that a public meeting can be arranged at a time recommended by the clerk, sooner rather than later if possible. Is that acceptable, Madam Clerk? You don't have to do it right now. You don't have to set the date right now, but can we leave that with you to decide which agenda it's best suited for?
Sure.
In consultation with...
I am looking at August the 8th, but yes, we can determine that later.
Sure. Okay. Well, she's looking at August the 8th, but I'm happy to leave it to a date to be established by the clerk.
Okay. All those in favor of the deferral? The referral carries. That brings us to report number IS 2022, Gorham Road and Ridgeway Road Traffic Operation Review. Can I have a mover? Councillor Zanko. The recommendation is now on the floor for comments and questions. Mayor Redekop.
Yeah, this is another one of those optimistic traffic studies that we receive, and this is a problem corridor from Stevensville Road right through, and wherever it's built up, it's a problem area. I had an opportunity to look at the New Regions Development Charges study. They've identified a number of sections of Sodom Road from Lions Creek up to the highway, and then from the highway to Netherby Road for eventual improvement over the next 10 years. And then in downtown Stevensville from Eagle Street to Bowen, which means they're not catching the most troublesome part, which is north of Eagle Street towards Netherby, where you've got a number of businesses that are very, very busy and create a lot of traffic. And then nothing further south. So that, again, the growth that's taking place in Ridgeway and in Crystal Beach is such that we have one main corridor from the Queen Elizabeth Highway to Stevensville and Crystal Beach. It's becoming overburdened in certain areas, and it's difficult for people to maneuver sometimes. And yes, I see in here, you have to wait for 25 seconds, no problem. Well, maybe 25 seconds, maybe 45 seconds. I had to wait a minute over here trying to get onto Garrison Road at Sunset with traffic going back and forth. So, it doesn't happen all the time, but it happens periodically. As we grow, this is going to become more and more problematic. So I can go along with this right now. I do not believe that a new plaza on Gorham Road at the end of Dominion Road, which we heard about tonight, a development that may take place if the urban area boundary is expanded to include a patch of Gorham Road just north of the development that we had a public meeting on at the corner of Far and Gorham, 2-3 weeks ago. If that's going to come into play, if there's going to be a development on Rebstock Road in Ridgeway, if there's going to be, further development, we haven't even got houses built yet on the east side of Schooley Road at Michener, which is underway right now. That gets done. If the development that has been serviced between Elmwood and Schooley, south of Rebstock, gets built up. So all of these, and then more with a potential urban area boundary expansion west of Schooley Road in the future. I don't know how we're going to accommodate all of that. I'll go along with this. I really don't have any confidence in the study that says it's not necessary. I appreciate that the author of the report may not agree with me. I appreciate that the staff member who prepared our report may not agree with me. But I do wish to amend this to include a provision that staff that council direct staff to engage the Region of Niagara staff regarding road capacity improvements for Stevensville Road, Gorham Road, Ridgeway Road corridor, and further assess road road capacity, and consultation with a further access road between the Queen Elizabeth and the Ridgeway Crystal Beach area. So let me say that again, now that I can read what I wrote. The council directs staff to engage Region of Niagara staff regarding road capacity improvements for the Stevensville Road, Gorham Road, Ridgeway Road corridor, and a further access road between the Queen Elizabeth Highway and the Ridgeway Crystal Beach area. So I move that amendment.
The amendment is now on the floor for comments or questions.
Madam Clerk, Madam Chair, we got to go past the hour.
You want to make a motion, Councillor Lubberts?
Yeah. Till, I
Okay,
don't know, where are we here?
We're almost over.
What time would you like, 10:30?
We're almost
Quarter
done.
after,
Half an hour.
10:30?
We can always leave early. So let's make it for 10:30. All those in favor? Okay, it carries to 10:30, and if we leave earlier, great. Was that why you had your hand up? There isn't nothing up? Okay. Any other comments on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment? The amendment carries. Mayor Redekop, anything further?
I guess my question would be, are we going to be budgeting for some corridor improvements between Dominion and FAR in our 2023 budget?
Mr. Jansen? Or Mr. Walsh? He's the money guy.
Madam Chair, I would say no for the 2023 budget. Beyond that, there are a number of short-term projects identified that we'll be taking a firm look at.
Thank you.
Well, so that's a little bit problematic because we already know that there's one service station that has been waiting for this report. And part of the problem is that the neighbors who live to the east of Gorham are saying that they're going to have trouble getting in and out of some of those side streets. And if we don't do anything, then we're completely reliant upon closing our eyes and basically hoping that they don't have a problem or that they find some other route out of their neighborhood. And again, I just find that problematic. So perhaps that's a discussion that we can have when we have more time and when before the budget, before the 2023 budget deliberations. Thank you, Chair.
Any further comments or questions? I do have a comment. When I was going over this report, I kind of got the feeling it was depending on how you read it. Whether it was the glass half full or half empty, because there are several recommendations in the report about Hibbard Street, about Far Avenue, about Gorham, almost meeting the threshold, and in a few years we're going to be there, but then that's not in the recommendations. So I'm thinking, okay, I can read it both ways, that there may not be a problem today, but in the very near future there's going to be. So that's just a comment that I have. So I'm thinking that the glass is half empty. All those in favor of the report? The report carries. That brings us to new business inquiries. Seeing none, that brings us to business status report. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, infrastructure services is now closed, and I hand the chair back.
Thank you very much, Councillor Noyes. I'm going to hand it to Councillor McDermott to close this out.
This could take me a while.
It better not.
So corporate and community services is now open. We have no presentations and delegations. We have no reports. Do we have any new business inquiries? Councillor Dubanow?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to express my appreciation to Deputy Chief Mark Schmidt, who took Councillor McDermott and I on a tour today of new Fire Station Number 4 in Ridgeway. It's a very impressive facility. I think it's something that we should all be proud of that we have in our community now. It's real interesting, some of the environmental stuff that they're doing with the hoses that they connect to the fire engines to prevent exhaust in the bay. It's really interesting to see how the health and safety aspect that we've identified over the last few years is now passed down through the regulations. And certainly I hope every other member of council has an opportunity to take him up on his invitation. And it's my understanding there will be some sort of open house coming up soon. I don't want to steal the thunder from anyone in the fire department as they plan for this, but it's a beautiful building. It's in a beautiful area. The landscaping is fantastic. And I was very happy to be out there today, and I'm sure, I'm not going to speak for Councillor McDermott, but he's the chair. I think just from our discussions that the sentiment is echoed, and I just wanted to share that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else? I just have one that I'd like to mention. I would like to ask the CAO if he could contact Sergeant Elwood at the NRP. Again, this evening, I'm getting emails from frustrated people that are being terrorized by guys on ATM, half of them with no helmets on, some of them unplated, especially around the Highland area. And it's truly enough to drive you nuts. When you think you got everything under control, then something else happens. So maybe we could arrange a meeting or with the mayor and myself to deal with the residents' complaints on that. Okay, so that's good. So, anything on the business status report? Seeing none. Back to you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Councillor McDermott. That was very efficient. Are there any meetings that anyone wishes to announce? Councillor Dubanow and then Councillor Noyes.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Tomorrow, that's Tuesday, June 21st, the Fort Erie Public Library Board has a meeting at 4 p.m. That is going to be at the Centennial Library. There's also a Community Healthcare Services Committee meeting that's here at Town Hall at 5 p.m. And I just tried to click on it. Yeah, it's in Conference Room 1. Also on Wednesday, there we go. On Wednesday at 6 p.m., the Community Living Annual General Meeting for their 65th anniversary will be hosted. I'll be stepping in for the mayor that evening, and I'm very much looking forward to that. And I think that's all I have. That's it for me, Your Worship.
Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Redekop. There is a transportation coordinating committee meeting on June 22nd, which is this Wednesday at noon, I think in Committee Room 1, I think. There's also, on the same day, there's a senior, it's not a senior meeting, it's an open house and a get-together for all information purposes for the public at the Ridgeway Legion, and it runs from 11 o'clock to 3. It should be very interesting, very informative. There's going to be speakers and also a free lunch. And I think there's also a meeting at the Lincoln County Humane Society tomorrow night at 6 o'clock, and I don't know where yet, but hopefully someone will tell me. That's all.
Just drive around until you find it. Thank you very much for mentioning about the seniors open house in Ridgeway on the 22nd. I meant to mention that, and I should have mentioned that earlier on in the announcements. And I did also neglect to mention that that tomorrow is National Indigenous Day, and there is a series of events starting at the Fort Erie Native Friendship Center. There's a sunrise gathering and lighting of a fire at 5:30, but the formal events start at 10 o'clock with opening remarks, and they continue on until 5 o'clock. There's a variety of activities, opportunities to participate, and I know that they would appreciate any involvement from the community at large. I'm going to try to get there for a period of time in the morning, and hopefully they'll have a good turnout, which they usually do. Any other meetings? If not, Councillor Dubanow?
Yeah, Your Worship, I'd like to move that council and committee adjourn at 10:11 p.m. or 10:12 p.m.
All those in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you all.